home ownership is a priority, but you also want to be able to add greater rental properties that are more affordable for residents. And then we want to continue to improve upon our infrastructure, roads, utilities, flooding, and what happened with the storms of last summer and last fall are still a priority and will be in the foreseeable future. When you look at Midtown and the fact that Midtown has been flooding since the 40s, we've done some things, but we have much more work to do. And then increased activities, purposeful focus on our youth and young people, which is always a way to help abate crime, is giving young people.
Daytona Beach Downtown Redevelopment Board meeting to order. Would you call the roll, please?
Roll call. We're going to start with our chair, Pete Zan.
Here.
John Kemchan. It's not here yet. Cheryl Cook. Here. Javier Benavente. Here. Mark Carrot.
Here.
Scott Lawson.
Here.
Okay.
Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Approval of minutes. Have you all had an opportunity to review the minutes from the last meeting? I wasn't here, so I'm going to rely on you all for accuracy. Any changes? Move to approve? Do I hear a motion? Motion to approve the minutes? I see a nodded head, so I'll take that as a yes. Do I get a second? The microphone won't pick up a nod. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. So our minutes are approved. At this point, looks like we've got a police report. Is that?
Good afternoon. So as far as the police report, I will speak on behalf of Captain Kimberly Garnett. And she unfortunately was not able to come today, but we do want to provide that we are going to, based off of the board's recommendation, as well as the approval from the city manager, we will move forward with the special detail under the city manager's signature. So we have it for the remaining time of this physical year. So we'll still continue the special detail as is.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And what's next? Staff reports. Public Works.
Chair, if you will, based on, after I submitted the agenda, there was an email from you as far as for Jack White and attorney Jessica Gal, yes. And so if she can come in, if you will, add them onto the agenda so they can do their presentation.
Okay, so we will be hearing at some point. I don't see Jack. Do I see Jack back there? Oh, there he is over there.
They're hiding.
I see Jessica. Do you want to do that? Do you want to do that now, or to move it to the end of the agenda?
It's up to you.
Okay.
We should let them do it now.
Pardon me?
Personal opinion.
Okay. The I didn't hear what you said. You talking about the mural painting, or we're here?
I think we should let them do it now.
Let's
Since
do.
She referred to them as staff.
So we're adding that to the agenda to have a presentation by Jack and Jessica on CRA, money, opportunities, planning for the future. You have the floor.
That's it. The penguin is. I'm going to talk mostly about the penguins.
Daytona Beach, Florida, a city
that's
built
not-
upon the foundation
That's
of
the wrong
dreams.
one. If you can do the PowerPoint presentation, please. That was sent. Yeah. Thank you.
Be on your best behavior. You got Quinita and Jim in the audience.
So, my name is Jack White, 415 South Palmetto. I appreciate you all letting me come and talk to you today, and Jessica has agreed to come help me present and fill in the many gaps that I will be, talking about. So this is a follow-up from last month when I kind of brought forward some ideas about our CRA since we are sunsetting in 10 years. I thought this is a great time, a unique opportunity for us to look at where we've come and, where we've, and where we want to go. The CRA is Jessica will talk about more, is a very unique tool that we have that will at some point go away. And while we have the momentum that we do today, it's a good time to look at our opportunities to say, how do we accelerate that to provide maximum impact at the end of the CRA when it ends? Because we want to make sure that we've accomplished most of our goals when it does end. So how do we get there? We don't want to start in year 9. We want to make sure we start now. So I'll let Jessica talk about kind of the beginning.
I'm shorter than Jack. Good afternoon, everyone. Jessica Gao. Unlike usual, when you guys see me, I am not here on behalf of a client or a property owner or a project. I am here because Jack says he does not like to talk, although he is great at public speaking. And he knows that I'm always happy to come out and talk about anything that I think can help Daytona Beach. So I have been asked to give a little bit of background on the history of the CRA and then kind of help frame some thoughts on, as a group, as a city, as a community, what we can do in this kind of last decade of the ball game, as we're calling it in this presentation. So as most of you likely know, the CRA was adopted, I think the final ordinance for Daytona CRAs was 1986 originally, so it has been around for a while, and like most of the CRAs in Volusia County, the ending of that is scheduled for 2036. So we are at the 10-year cusp. You saw last year a move by the state legislature to try to end those earlier. And so I think that there's some pushback, not locally here at all. I think our local delegation has seen the value in CRAs and revitalization, but at the state level of asking if that tool remains the best tool for some redevelopment activity across the state. We always keep that in mind, and it really makes me passionate about using the time we have and the tools we have left to get the best bang for our buck in that last decade. The CRAs are areas that are established in partnership between the county and the city. Again, this is mostly background, you guys likely know all this, to allow for the elimination of blight in certain areas. The downtown CRA we're talking about today is one of many that Daytona has. You have a fantastic dedicated staff in redevelopment who knows the ins and outs of the master planning, the kind of background and the tools the CRA presents. And so today's presentation is really just a little bit of insight from the public or private realm at the public funding and what we can do when we work together. The sunset we talked about in 2036, how we look at the CRA, and we'll talk about this on the next slide, is that starting out, there were a lot of blighted areas in downtown Daytona Beach as an example, and we had some things to take care of. And I think that for the most part, there has been some transformational growth in downtown. I think you guys would all agree we're in a great place now compared to 1986, although, you know, there are pieces of that we'd love to see come back, some of that rich history of downtown. The earlier innings of the ball game, right, that 1986 through some of the earlier years of the CRA, that is what we're calling kind of the stabilization, elimination of blight, looking at what you do for major improvements and infrastructure, and then how do we shift in that final inning of the ball game on transformation and the right ROI on projects. And that's what Jack is mostly going to talk about. So some of the season highlights to go along with the baseball theme, just kind of the history so far of the downtown CRA here in Daytona Beach. Like we said, that 1980s, stabilization, facade improvements, overall visibility. Same in the 90s, looking at that Halifax Harbor, those big pieces, and there are more details on what each project kind of included there. In the 2000s, we started seeing a growth in residential. We had the Wall Street Lofts. Of course, we've had Brown & Brown and their headquarter placement, which has been huge. The Esplanade 400 Beach. We've got the First Baptist site. A lot of master planning, a lot of discussions with redevelopment staff about the vision and goals of this downtown area. And now that we are at the end here, we're seeing kind of this transformational energy building up. Over that time, public investments reduce barriers for private development. That is across a range of things, not only being kind of the first in the market project like 400 Beach was for multifamily, but also, you know, leading the way on environmental review, utility upgrades, all of those pieces that those projects dealt with over time and how those are pulled in. You know, it helped us identify, if you guys all remember, from the First Baptist site, that back in the day they used to oil the streets for dust suppression. And so we now have, you know, a state level ruling that said, yep, that's what it is. It's not an issue that you have to deal with and clean up. And anyone who comes in to redevelop knows the issues there, knows how to address those and how to move forward. So we've seen great public momentum. We've seen a lot of fantastic public involvement, city partnerships. I remember when I first came to Volusia County, because I am a transplant, was in the key part of the Beach Street diet and the ruckus over that and what the plan was and the vision and that whole journey that we now look at and we say, sometimes it's hard to find a parking spot on Beach Street, which is a problem we love to have. So that has been fantastic. And again, the private investment has leveraged residential growth. We see that coming. We think we could have a little more, but that's kind of where we have been so far. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jack to talk about, well, I think actually on the next slide, I'll turn it over to you, just to make sure. So overall, I think what you'll see in the presentation today, and again, just two thoughts, we really hope, and I'll tee it up at the end, that this is a part of a discussion with staff, with this board, with overall the public, to say, what is our goal for the 10 years left? You know, what are we leveraging? What are we looking at? A piece of it is that the CRA specific tools are available for a limited time, right? We have 10 years left. And how do we shift the analysis of a project moves forward? What do we allocate between the general capacity the city has for bonding and funding? And what do we use CRA funding for, knowing that we are running out of kind of that timeline? So long redevelopment timelines require urgency on review. I think, again, as I said, and I'll keep saying it, you have a staff that is very dedicated to seeing these projects move forward and committed. As the board here, as commission, as kind of a city, I just want to phrase this as a way to identify the main policy goals for that direction of what we should be chasing. Avoiding misallocation of capital, again, using those funds that are the best suited for that. Market cycles and timing matter. We've seen projects almost start and then stop, depending on war, interest rates, gas prices, leading to cement prices, all of these things that are going on in the world. And the closer we get to sunset, the more important that capital efficiency becomes overall. And now back to Jack.
So, actually, let me go back to this one more time. I homeschool my daughters, and I only take one class. I only teach one class because my wife is much smarter than I, and she teaches everything else. I get finance. And the one thing I try to teach my daughters is your ROI. So in terms of when you're looking at this graph here, the red would represent putting your money in a CD, right? It's very stable growth, but it's small, minute growth. The green represents putting it in Berkshire Hathaway. It puts in something that allocates money, it generates a great return, and that return generates more returns. So when we're thinking about money, it's not about necessarily one's bad or one's good, but one can definitely attribute more to the kind of capital growth that we need over those 10 years. So we started with a baseball analogy, so we're going to continue with that. I think what we really want to call this is a strategic plan for our next 10 years, but we're going to call it a playbook for now. And a healthy CRA needs a pipeline of a balanced pipeline across all the bases. So this is why in my paper last month, we had singles, doubles, triples, home runs. You want to look at all of your bases and how are we playing the field and utilizing our money across all areas. We all want home runs. They're great. They produce a lot of ROI, but they're few and far between. They take a lot of energy to get, which is why you really need to. Pete Rose was very famous for just getting on base. So you got to have some singles too. And so you want to make sure you're playing the field and you're allocating the resources and your energy and the return over all the bases. So this is why we have all of these and the different ways that you attract each base or each run. And we even have, I know I haven't talked about it a lot, but operations. So, it's not like we're not trying to have security in those things, but that falls in a different pot. This is about playing the offense and making sure that we get around the bases. So we're doing this in two ways, well, at least for right now. We want to end the decade with a win. So we need that strategy to do that. And we're focusing on two different areas. One is the scoreboard, which it's how we're going to be playing the field, looking at it from a bird's eye view and making sure that we're accounting for all areas and not leaving one behind. The second is what we call the scorecard, which is how we measure our ROI on each project. We want to make sure that when we put money toward a project, that we're getting it back multiple times. I think in some city or some area, it's a 7-to-1 ratio. So you want to have a nice ROI on each project, and a scorecard gives you that ability. So we'll kind of break it down. The scoreboard, again, you're breaking it into each different hit or each different base, looking at how are we attracting the projects, what are they, what kind of ROI are they going to generate, and at the end, how much of an ROI for each different base are you generating? And at the end, you can see on the bottom right, it tabulates a full amount of your return on the investment for each project that you create. It's really just a way to see, like I said, from a bird's eye view, what kind of projects do we have? Where are we short? Maybe we should be focusing more on the second base, which would be an example like the Woolworth building or buildings that are in much need of historic renovation. They all represent a certain project scale. None of our historic projects, at least in the downtown, are of the $50 to $100 million size like the Accent or the 400 Beach. But they're just as important in our whole scale of trying to attract or have a unique village-like setting. We need the residential, but we also need to preserve our historic structures too. So, and this just, again, shows an allocation that you're not necessarily leaving one behind while you're focusing on the other. And then our scorecard, again, that goes into each project. When something comes forward, you're looking at it from a very subjective approach where you're not, picking it because you like it. You're picking it because it produces a great ROI. So every $50,000 can prove that through taxable generation that you're going to be returning that money and then able to then reinvest that. So we talked about you want to make sure that your money's turning over many times. So with each scorecard, each project is then measured and weighed, and then you can allocate your money accordingly and feel good after the fact that you've done measurable success on how that project is doing. So in the paper that I submitted to you last month, I called it a tale of two projects. It's kind of going back to your capital allocation and making sure that you get your ROI. Looking back, you can measure the amount put forth. So I think a good example is one like the Halifax Harbor. That was a building, and for those of you who've been here long enough, you might remember Cha-Cha Coconuts in the Columbia restaurant. And I love Columbia. It's probably my favorite restaurant, and I wish it would have stayed, but it was a great project for the wrong time. We need more residential at the time, to really support the kind of restaurant that was or still is. It's a publicly funded project, and it's great, but the problem is that building is sucking funds out of the city today. So you look at the amount of capital that you're putting towards something like that to be put towards on the private side that's able to generate, for example, the Accent project or one other project that generates taxes, and it does so perpetually. So you're generating taxes that then can be reinvested in other projects and so on and so forth. So with 10 years left, I think that's our strategy, is looking for those types of projects that can generate the capital, generate the investment, and then attract new investment. And we can't have any of this without investor attraction. So we need a strategy in order to do that. And there's 4 parts that we feel are very strong. One, I've talked about this a lot, is clarity, consistency, and the partnership. We all need to feel like we're part of this energy moving forward together to accomplish a goal. We need streamlined, I know I'm talking about checklists, but we need streamlined processes and checklists, things that are predictable. When people come forward, they know exactly what they're getting. They know how long it'll take. They know, it's just predictable, which is very important, especially when you're dealing with private funds, because I'm very scared. When I put money towards something, I want to know, generally how long it's going to take before I get an ROI. Because in the private sector, there's 10,000 variables. We all know that. Anything can go wrong. So even your best planning, you want to make sure that you're dotting your I's, crossing your T's, and making sure you have the best information possible. On the top right, developer roundtables and open houses. This is a discussion. This is our ability to get things done, is because everybody's at the table. King Arthur had a roundtable for a reason, because everybody's coming with something unique and different. And so in this one, we kind of suggest a roundtable where we can come together from all different aspects, all different perspectives and backgrounds to say, how are we going to get to year 10? How are we going to attract a Publix? How do we back into that? So you need all people at the table in order to answer that. And then lastly, a map of opportunities. And I think, at these open houses, we have a very visual map of the opportunities that exist, because they're plentiful, both on the private and public side, and private-public side as well. So all of these, I think, will help attract investors as we have the roundtables and have the open houses, having as much information available and has as many people at the table as possible. So I will turn it over back to Jessica to talk about the end.
The end, a decade. We have a decade.
No, let's not talk about the end.
I would say the last inning, the 2 slides. The fireworks are incoming. We cleared it with Kira. I'm just kidding. I will say that kind of all of the points that Jack has talked about, the scoreboard and the scorecard, none of that, right, is absolutely new information. Your redevelopment staff knows at the back of their hands the kind of tax rates, the investments, all of those things. They do fantastic reports every year. It's really kind of leveraging that as well for the outreach and the marketing piece of it. It's how do we highlight all of the work that they have been doing to kind of transform downtown, what the public and private investments have been, and how do we tell that story so that we can continue telling it for the last 10 years. And so one of those pieces is pulling together kind of concrete goals. And as Jack said, one of the next slide is going to be our kind of request, because I think every presentation should end with a call to action. Usually it's vote for this project, but here it's, let's continue this conversation. One of them is let's get everybody together and talk about where we want to be at the end of the 10 years and then how we get there. These are potential examples of the, reaching 1,000 residential units in the downtown. Like we've said, we've got 2 transformational projects. I think there's one more that we need as a bookend on the other side of downtown to kind of get that residential growth. $250 million in private investment leverage is something that was thrown out. The grocery store, we've heard that for decades, right? It was originally planned. We didn't have the heads in beds. Going over and over again, how do we get that goal? Let's talk to a site selector. Let's figure out what they need to come there and then how we back into that. Targeting redevelopment corridors, and then reducing vacancy and building that tax growth. Now, the taxable value and the CRAs across Daytona have bloomed in the life of the CRA. There's no question that the CRA tool in Daytona Beach has been successful. And it's the, how do we maximize that rate on or return on investment, that ROI that Jack mentioned, for the last decade, so that when the CRA taxing authority goes back to the normal structure, Daytona is still in a strong place to continue our growth in downtown. And the call to action, if you will, is kind of starting with that round table of advisors. It's what pieces can we pull together from the downtown community that we're all a part of to sit in a room and talk about, let's have somebody from recent development teams come forward, obviously redevelopment staff, city commission, and talk about what we're looking for and how we get there. Starting with a workable group, not a public workshop where, the public can't talk, is something that we've done with the city before. The last time I think I can recall is when the city was looking at the affordable housing issue. We had a really good small group roundtable on linkage fees, tax authorities, different tools for that. And, what came out of it was something that everybody saw pieces of what they proposed. So having that conversation is where we'd like to start, engaging developers and site selectors, identifying barriers, again, creating those goals. We've thrown out a handful that we think are good, but kind of cementing those, and then creating a strategy for, okay, from here we've had this discussion. How do we move forward? What do we need to do in year 1 to year 10 to make that a reality, and how can we help? It's really how can the private side help bring this vision to life, working with the tools that the city already has in place. And that overall is the presentation we have today. Hopefully it's a start to a discussion and that you guys see a value in this type of conversation. And we're here for questions.
Any comments?
So to me, it seems like the key is that developer roundtable. And I guess my question is to you. I mean, do you know people out there that I know you're engaged and you're committed? You've been here, since the beginning, really. But what about the others?
Well, I think, yes, I do know people and site selectors and all those pieces. I think a lot of times people need instruction. They need guidance. They need to have a playbook that they're handed, or somewhat of a marketing piece or something that says, we want you, this is the opportunities that we have. Because remember, we're competing with, 1,400 other CRAs or however many there are in the state of Florida or nationally. Remember, so if you're competing, you want to make sure that you've got your best foot forward, your best marketing piece, the opportunities that exist. If you want them to come and do all the work and find the pieces and navigate all the channels and talk to all the people, it's too much work. They got plenty of other places that are way more appealing, graphically, not graphically, but when you look at a circle and what kind of demographics you have, we're not at the top. So we have to go the extra mile to bring them in. And that's not just always just national people, that's local people too. We need to tell a story, talk about the opportunities, and that's where the roundtable comes in. We put Publix up there because we've talked about Publix for decades, right? But sometimes you got to say, Publix, what do you want? And then Publix will tell you, and then that's what you have to do. If they say you got to have 1,000 residential within 5-mile radius that makes such and such an income, well, now you got what your marching orders are. But I don't even know if we have that. So at the end of 10 years, I would hope that we could attract a grocery store, because if we want our village, downtown village, to have that kind of circle of life in the Lion King reference, where we can all live, work, play down here and kind of have an ecology, we got to have a grocery store. But the grocery store needs something, and those people need something else. And so you kind of back into it. So it's just asking these people the question, and they might not be the developers, but they'll give you an honest answer.
So I got a question. Do we have a vision? Do we have a master plan? How do we present that? How do we attract the roundtable? There's two primary players, and the roundtable, I think, is a really excellent suggestion, because that's going to bring in those people that are interested in doing something in Daytona Beach, and then you can present to them, well, here's all the properties. I saw one of your slides had picked out certain sites. It's a site selection process. So we're going to have some, you're going to have some as the city that said we really want, the Corbin site over on Main Street. That's been around forever and ever and ever. So that's not our redevelopment, but it is in CRA. So I think the presentation has hit all the right buttons, has brought forward the right actions. I'm wondering how we make it work. Have you guys, I know you've done, we have this grant program going on. So we've got grants, we've got some murals, and so those are the singles that you're talking about. So that's being effective. I know there's a lot going on down on Blue Road, because it's an area that seems to be coming along, and I think we have some grants down there coming up. It could be a home run. It could be a single, triple. Who's in charge of getting this plan moving along?
I can just say, you kind of said, do you have a master plan? Of course, the city has a master plan.
Because I see it as the private sector. They come in with the bucks to do it.
Well, and I think it's a partnership, right? And that's what we talk about a lot. So the master plan for this area does not need to change. It is a fantastic tool. It kind of outlines all of the toolkit. We're not suggesting a new study or anything like that. You have that.
You can show them that we got a plan for the future.
Correct. It's kind of framing that and narrowing in on, here are the tools available. Which ones do we want to implement and push forward and kind of market for the last 10 years? Yeah. And so I think that, at least I envision, and I'd love Jack's thoughts, the next step, that developer roundtable, don't call it developer roundtable. We want local downtown small businesses as a part of that. We want the city to be a part of it. Site selectors, realtors, the people who are saying, I've got this much office space on a second floor at the realtor meetings are not saying that at a public meeting where people can hear. And so it's, how do we share all of the information that we have in the city that is fantastic, and use it to attract others to invest in this area. So I think that we'd have to lean on the city to help us schedule that as a part of a roundtable, but I'm happy to wrangle people to attend as well.
Yeah. And assembling the tools. So the tools exist, but in the recent example of the accent that when the city approved for their extra additional incentive package, you had to be creative about the different areas that you pulled money from in order to make it happen. So, those are the kind of things that you have to have as a menu of ways to make something work. There's several different historic buildings in our downtown where the purchase price doesn't make any sense, and you've got to be creative about how to make the private sector get incentivized to buying the building, investing the money to fix it up, and then finding a person to then rent out the space, whether it be local or national. But you can't just rely on one tool. You've got to look at the menu of tools and pull the different tools in to make those numbers work. But it comes back to the public-private partnership. We all got to be at the table saying, we want this, let's figure it out. So you do this, and I'll do this, and I'll give this, and we'll pull in this person. But
we're only talking about CRA money. What other funding sources are
well,
there?
Within the CRA money, there's several different ways to accomplish X.
Okay.
So, you've got TIF, you've got grant funding, you've got, there's historic, within the grant program, there's
all the time, but
I don't know, 8 different ways that they have provided grants. So we just have to look at what are we trying to accomplish, and then what are the ways to get there. We're going to have to be creative about it.
What are we doing, let's say from the city's perspective, to attract the kind of development that we want? What I've seen that makes the biggest difference is all of a sudden we've got money coming in and going in downtown. Once you put Brown and Brown down there, others are looking and willing to invest. Our office had a big restaurant chain call us about a big job over on the beach side. They're still trying to work things out, but they see the numbers, they see all the heads and beds, and that's what it's going to take to make those businesses function, because you talk about ROI. If your money's in it, the quicker you're going to get your money back, the longer you're able to sustain keeping it going. So that's probably a big question and a big report, but maybe you could give us 2 or 3 of the top ways that you're enticing investors into Daytona.
Okay, thank you. We meet with developers often, investors all the time. You don't see them because it's premature to bring them to the advisory meetings. We do provide them in the city manager's biweekly report. As far as incentives, that's one portion of using the CRA funds. We have several opportunities that are in the premature stage, like they're in the very genesis stages. So you will be seeing them. You actually will have a presentation that you'll be reviewing for the Baloo CRA. When it comes to incentives, our role here is to make sure, at least for when I started, and then our redevelopment team does a great job. We go out, we make conversations with various investors. We take them on tours throughout the CRAs. We walk them through what they're looking for. We ask them, what is your vision? How is it going to make a great fit for the CRA? We do that all the time. We've been doing it since I started here, and prior to me starting here, the team has been doing it. How does it look like for incentives? We look at the project. Every project is different. There is no cookie cutter place or option to say, hey, we're only going to do it this way, because that would be a disadvantage for all the projects. So I'll walk you through a couple examples. Let's see, we can use Delta West as an example, Accent Daytona. When it came to us, knowing the need of Daytona Beach, we needed more affordable housing. People jump and say, oh no, I don't like affordable housing because of the narrative. But affordable housing are workforce as well. So that's what that project was. And we're looking, how can we make it more attractive, not only for the individuals or the developers, but we want to make sure that people are coming to the downtown area. So that was an ask from staff to say, can you provide 50 units that are workforce? And we walk them through what workforce look like. Workforce are city employees, first responders, teachers, and we walk them through that because, yes, a lot of investors come and they say, I don't want affordable housing because they don't want a certain demographic of people. But these demographic of people that we're looking at when the projects come, we're able to tap into federal funds, state funds, aside from the CRA funds. That's what that looks like. As far as having a grocery store, we've been in conversations for, I think the last conversation we had was last week with someone to come in, and they are bringing a grocery store downtown, but we can't bring that to you all because it's very in the beginning stages. So you will see that coming up within the next couple months. As far as making it attractive, we do that. Whenever we're going to the FRA conferences, we're talking to investors that are there, developers. Can you come to our city? This is what we have to offer for our city. And we were very excited the last conference that we were offering waiving. Our incentive packages are more attractive than other municipalities. So we have people coming here. I believe that we had a tour last week with a few developers. So that's what that looks like.
Brings to mind an idea. You're very active in it. And you've got programs and plans and you're talking to them. And yet Jack comes in here as a private developer to make a presentation to try to pull in another facet of, let's just, that roundtable. So maybe there are some options to include some other experts in this. You mentioned a village. Well, let's talk about a village. So it's really a village of all of that. I mean, the Volusia County Economic Council brought in attorneys, engineers, all the people that are involved in horizontal and vertical development so that they could have a say in how are we going to streamline this and get these big projects coming in from outside the state. Go ahead.
You don't?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great timing, actually, because and Commissioner May is here. This is one of the things that she brought up during one of the commission meetings, that she wanted to create a developers forum. Okay. And that developers forum would look at properties throughout the city. It wouldn't just be downtown CRA. It would be other areas throughout the city that potentially could bring us a grocery store, some new housing development. It would create more commercial development in the city where we don't have them, and will certainly reduce the slumming blight conditions. So having the forum that Jake and Jessica talked about is something that Commissioner May has already sort of thought out, and we more than likely can work together to see how we can bring what they're proposing and what Commissioner May has given. Jim is in the audience too as well, but he's given Jim and I, the city manager has given Jim and I the task of pulling together this forum that Commissioner May has thought about we need to do here in the city. And so it would be, like I said, it would be you looking at properties throughout the city. And you're identifying opportunities for a grocery store and other uses that we feel is best for this city of Daytona Beach.
Good. Well, that's very encouraging. That's definitely the answer I was looking for.
Yeah.
A comment on that, if I may. So, definition of a developer is pretty broad, because I think on the scale of 1 to 4, base hits to home runs, we certainly want to attract home run developers, but we also have individual property owners in the city. Like you're saying, you're looking very broadly. And I think what Mr. White had said earlier about how easy it is to get into the services that we have the tools and you're using them and we're making progress, but we can make it easier for individual developers, small businesses that don't have the attorneys and the resources that might be, and still come up with a couple of base hits per second. There's a lot of folks who have property who want to build housing, would like to see retail expanded in some areas and things of that nature. So the definition of a developer, I think, when you do these forums, I think should be.
I think that was covered when you're saying the single, double, triple home run. So the single are going to be these grants that we're approving that are facade downtown improvements that are Thunderbox and Kale Cafe and those guys, and they may end up being a double. And I remember one that came before us, and they did photo shots for professionals. I was really impressed with their presentation and the fact that they wanted to come down to downtown Daytona and saw this as an area for something like that. So it worked in my eyes. Now that probably would be a double. So there's a mix of all of them, and the home runs are great. But I think the primary focus is how do we focus on having the home runs available, having the triples? What are they going to be? And you're interviewing the developers that are coming in and asking for some, maybe they only want something that's a single, but maybe they're coming in for the home run. And it sounds like it's happening. Perhaps now we can just, with Commissioner May and others behind it, there will be an energy and a catalyst to assist you guys in doing what you're doing.
And then there's one other piece, and excuse me for interrupting, is making sure that when we do attract them, that the groundwork is there to make sure the barriers to entry or barriers to development or barriers to investment are as mitigated as possible. Quick example is that I had helped someone buy a building on Ballou Road recently. She went to a meeting and was told this is a small building, $500,000 investment, that she needs a road study for Ballou Road. I'm sorry, not Ballou Road, North Beach Street, which for someone that's coming in first time, looking to invest money to do a road study for a small building that has existed there since 1950 is too much. And it's not what people of that type of investment are looking for. They need to see a path that's somewhat simplified and the process made simple, because it's very intimidating to come in with a massive list of things that they got to do that they've never even heard of, and nor should they really be responsible for. So those are impediments to redevelopment. They're impediments to development, but definitely to redevelopment, because you're coming in, sticking your neck out on an area that needs a lot of work. So the fewer things that you can give these people to get them across the finish line is what we have to look at as well.
That's difficult. I'll tell you why. I've got it going on right now in projects in my office. And the questions that come up are, what's the traffic impact? Well, we can do a traffic impact analysis for a reasonable fee that's going to see if it's going to trip a threshold. Once it trips the threshold, you're going into a lot of expense and time. Doesn't always happen. Down in Ballou, there's going to be flood control issues. We came in years ago, the M bar, and the first thing that popped up and it's the same kind of meeting that you're talking about. You're coming in, it's kind of on the discreet side because you don't want that out on the street. Well, it's a floodplain issue, a flooding issue, and how to flood proof and do that. So this guy had some money. He was a big developer. He could put the money into it and he could see what those impacts are going to be. So the smaller the business that's impacted by Cook Jewelers, everybody on Beach Street's dealing with it. So if we could find some way to get some federal money in on, and this is getting off the point because now we're looking at flood control versus CRA, but there's still issues that are going to need to be dealt with. And I'm not sure just how one can overcome that issue that you were talking about, unless it's, if you were talking to me, I'd say, well, let's do the TIA first. Let's see what we got and see if it's going to trip a threshold and if you're going to be in trouble. But unfortunately, they don't do it before they buy the building.
We can ask a practical question. If a business has been operating out there for I don't know how many years, and someone starts a new business that's not necessarily running thousands of people in and out on a small parcel, why that one would be responsible for discovering a problem that is much bigger than they are. This is, again, redevelopment. We have to look at bigger issues. And
some of it it's an education thing. It's I have not found an issue yet, knock on wood, that working with the city we have not been able to solve. And part of it is, for conversations like that, it's the first question from our office, if you're redeveloping downtown, would be, are you in the exemption area? Because there are tools already in place you don't have to do a traffic study if you're in this court because of exactly what Jack said. Now, it doesn't cover all of them, but it's knowing what questions to ask and kind of educating that side. When I started the sidewalk license agreement, I think you guys have one today, the power that has to activating downtown, having people sit outside, having the visibility. We have only had a uniform program for those 7-8 years, I think, overall. And that's a change that redevelopment staff, planning staff work together that streamlines an issue where originally it was, a restaurant owner may have said, I'd really like to do this, but I don't know how. And then you have to get attorneys involved. You have to go through that process. Now it's streamlined, and redevelopment staff helps those property owners say, here's what we can do, and here's, how it happens.
I appreciate the energetic conversation going on. We're going to be over, and Mark had something he wanted to say.
Yeah, I think that idea that you're talking about just needs to be extended to areas. You talked about site selectors. Where I work, we do a lot of work with industrial development, and so we have a lot of exposure to statewide industrial site selectors. Their first pass is they're looking for a reason to exclude the site, not why the site works for them, because they have so many sites to look at. And so anything you can do looking at, I agree with you. Everything can be eventually worked out if you have the time.
And the money.
You know, but we have 10 years left where some of our tools are going to go away. We need to, I mean, I really appreciate the trying to generate a sense of urgency around these issues. And we have to look at, we've seen some streamlining occur. We need to look at other areas where that streamlining needs to occur.
And no amount of money, just lastly, can put Publix here. I mean, you can pay them, but because giving them the upfront money doesn't solve their operational issues and their ongoing issues. So all the developers that have tried to make, you know, the new urban centers work by forcing retail in, by giving them space or offering, it doesn't work. You have to, the numbers have to work. This is why I say you have to back into it. Publix is going to give you a number, or whatever retail is going to give you a number, what they need. I just want to make sure that we're thinking about that as we're trying to attract the type of investment that we're looking for. The apartments going up are extremely important. Two, having second one is even more important. And the third is going to be critical for our, I think, ability to attract that.
I think the primary thing to be thinking about is this is going to sunset in 10 years unless we can do something about it. We need to validate that it is worthwhile, that it has been doing something. I think you mentioned legislative delegation, and so we're going to the county and the state to say it does work. We need to keep it going. And then, you know, it's kind of scary to think that here's this potential source of funding for doing the things we want to do, and it's just going to fade out and be gone. So there has to be some kind of a plan of what do we need to accomplish before that 10 years is up. How are we going to get these things in place to do it? And I'm just talking off the top of my head. It's something that probably you do every day. But I'm just looking for a bigger team, you know. Anybody else have anything, or? Because our agenda is shot and we have a lot of business to do.
Just want to,
Can you
Thank
get
you.
us a copy of this presentation, please, sometime? Thank you.
Oh, sure.
and I do want to
Does she
highlight,
need one?
when you mentioned about the report for the traffic impact analysis, a lot of times that is triggered based off of the type of business that is going in there because of the traffic flow, based off of the parking spots that are there. So that is something that everyone has to keep in mind. That's if it's not the same type of business that is coming into that particular building, is going to trigger based off of the parking spaces according to the land development code. That's why that was triggered. But staff was working with, that's why it's important to go to the technical review team meetings. So you will have a meeting with all of the departments so we can walk through how do we get closer to helping that particular investor or developer, you know, move forward and open. So that's what we're working through. And I think that's the best
I've had several
route.
projects you've done that with.
Absolutely.
Because we weren't sure what we wanted to do, and we brought everybody in there, and you have all your departments in there, and then we find out what the real, as Mark said, what's going to prevent this project from happening? What are the, because that's what I'm looking for when I go into a staff meeting. What's the red flags? Are we going to be able to overcome them or not?
Right.
And if everybody's ready, Ms. May has got some interesting points here that she's already been thinking about. So I thought instead of me just repeating them, I might let you give a chance to.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm City Commissioner May, Juanita May, and I live at 344 South Peninsula in Daytona Beach, and I have a business downtown for 21 years. So I've watched Daytona Beach change over a period of time. First of all, thank you so much to our redevelopment team. You always do a fantastic job, and you're very responsive. I want to share with you that sometimes there are conversations happening. That's why Mr. Morris is here, that we cannot quite bring up yet because it hasn't bubbled. It's not ready to go yet, right? Something happened at one of our meetings where one commissioner, Ms. Cantu, said that we have approximately 400 properties that the city owns. 400 properties. We're not realtors. Business people know best what to do with business properties. Not just business people, but speaking to your point, there are individuals in our community who would love to build a house if they had access to the property. So originally the concept was to take the properties and kind of amass them, create a catalog, organize them, and get them ready. What do these properties need to make them available to people who wanted to invest? And that was not just developers we think of as big, but I think of a developer as somebody who decides they want to paint their own home and invest in their own property as well, or buy the property right next door to them. We have many people like that in our community. So my hope is that with the redevelopment team, with Mr. Morris's help, that we are planning on developing a bit of an expo, let's say in the future, a few months from now. But to that, to speak to this meeting specifically, I think that the portion that Jack and Jessica brought forth, I think it's a valuable piece, because the more minds we have thinking, the quicker we can get to where we need to go, right? And that's kind of the goal. We have less than 10 years to get there. So what I would like to ask is that you as a board would consider writing a note, a memo, suggesting that this presentation come before the CRA meeting with the commissioners at the next available meeting, so that we can possibly do some of that prep work before we launch something else, because I think the two pieces go together. So I'm hoping that you can do that for me. And Jack, I would definitely say that I would love to see your presentation, and that was why I came today. So thank you so much to both of you for your time, and please consider my request. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. Any other comments on what we've just gone
Do we
through?
need to make a motion to suggest that this get in front of, the same presentation get in front of?
We could do that, if that's a motion.
Sure, I'll make.
Do I have a
the
second?
formal
I'll
motion.
second.
So the motion is that we make a formal request to the city commission, to the CRA, which is in effect city commission, to present Jack and Jessica's presentation. I think is that close enough? Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. I think that's a good idea because it shows the whole board support rather than just individuals. So we've got some interesting things to review here, and we've got a mural grant, mural application process. We've got the Sidewalk FA license agreement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on, well, 4 on Baloo. I didn't print that out when I saw
Yes,
230
200
pages.
yes.
I printed it out.
I can give you
Thank
a
And I
summary
don't have
of
time to
it.
go through it right now.
I'll provide you a summary. and
She gave it to me because I was like, whoa.
I'll provide you a summary. You actually have a video for majority of those.
Okay.
So it depends on what you want to tackle first. I do want to highlight with the mural grant application, that is a very rough draft. And we want to make sure that you are a part of the dialogues that we're having. With the grant application, we wanted to put it in a centralized document. Before, the process was if you are in a CRA area and want to do a mural and receive the money, that the grant funding that we have, which is $10,000, you have to go through a certain process. And so we wanted to centralize this process because we've had, as you all seen, that was before you all in the previous meetings, we had beautiful murals that were presented, and we provided them with $10,000 grant funding to do that public art. And so this grant application was just for you all to review and know what we're working on. It's in a very rough stage. So we have various departments are working to make sure that we have the best grant mural application available for the public to entertain. So that was just for you all just to see for information purposes.
So we can go to the email that you sent us, we can click on that and we can review it at our
Yes,
leisure.
yes.
And print it out if we have plenty of ink in our printer.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'd
All
like
right.
just to clarify, the murals come in several flavors. there's murals that are in the CRAs that the CRA provides grant funds for. But there's also individuals who want to put a mural on their private property, having nothing to do with city funding and whatnot. And so, but they still need city approval because of the Land Development Code. So what we need to clarify in this document are those times where it is just privately pursued. The city's only involvement is Land Development Code approval, which is very limited because we don't want to get into First Amendment issues, versus those that are being used using city funds and entering into a public art agreement.
So one's a permit and one's a grant application.
Right, but the one that's a grant application also needs to have the permit.
Sure.
So but this needs clarification on that because there's two different kinds of things going on. It needs to be all in one place, but very more clearly delineated between the two avenues of.
Is it clearly delineated in the draft agreement?
In my opinion, it is not. It's a
No,
little
we're
bit
still
confusing.
working on it.
Okay, so we should look for that and comment on it or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Permit versus grant. Okay. On to are we on the same? Let's go to 6D. What about bench removals? Have you got anything to say on that? Can we just skip through it?
So Commissioner, she's not here. She stepped out. But Commissioner May, and as well as some other business owners throughout the downtown area have brought to our attention about a couple it's 3 benches that are downtown. And one particular bench that is in front of the Crest building, a few individuals have brought it to our attention that there has been various activities and also just littering on the bench. It's just a lot of moving parts. So we receive countless pictures, videos, and different things.
So you have 3 benches that are essentially campgrounds and you wish to remove them?
So I wouldn't say campgrounds. There, various individuals are sitting there longer than maybe the surrounding business owners desire for them to do, as well as leaving trash. And based off of us, they recommended us to remove the benches.
So does that require action by this board to remove those?
Everything, it doesn't. No. We're just bringing it to your attention because everything that we do for the city commissioners want us to bring everything to your attention. Okay. What we were looking at doing is that particular bench that is in front of the Crest building is also a bus stop. So we have to have a conversation with the county to make sure that they are aware that we're moving the bench, because it's a lot of layers to when you're moving that particular bench. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention. We want to see if that will mitigate the problem. If we move the bench, will it still have the same people sitting, providing, putting all the trash there and all those moving parts? Will this hinder or cause an inconvenience for some individuals who catch the bus and sitting and waiting? Possibly. But we want to make sure that we are finding solutions, and that was one of the solutions that we came up with, to have a conversation with the county, letting them know that your Votrans stop won't have a bench, because we're going to move it to see if that can calm down a lot of ruckus and trash.
Could you tell us the other 2 benches that you're thinking about, please? In our downtown area?
Yes, they're downtown.
Okay.
Oof. They're
along Beach Street.
All,
there's 3 of them.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly. I just remember this one exactly where it is in front of Crest.
Horrible. I mean,
but
they're there all day long.
They're all bus stops?
Yes. Yes. All 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So just wanted to hear your opinion. If you wanted to have open dialogue about it, if not, that is something that staff is working on.
I think you're closer to what's going on, and Cheryl she's noticed it. So
yes,
I think you have support from this board. If not, speak up.
Please help us. I'm sure Scott gets one too by you guys.
No objections, and I could probably add a few more benches to the list if I thought about it.
It's a start.
Well, Mark, that's actually a very good point, and that's the point I was going to bring up, is that, well, this is a slippery slope, and it's a slope I might want to slide down. there's a lot of benches, and not necessarily just around the core downtown, but in the CRA along Beach Street that residents can't use them because they're being slept on, they're, overnight, they're on city property, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of enforcement in terms of that. So, I mean, do you just remove all the benches? I mean, I don't think that's practical because people want to sit on benches. So where do you draw the line? Obviously, if it's a continuous problem, it's not just downtown, is what I'm trying to say. We have problems all over the CRA. And we like to focus on the 3 blocks or the 4 blocks on the Beach Street, but that's not where all the problems are. So is it just a squeaky wheel here? Is that essentially what it is?
So I personally I was, battling with it because anywhere there is public seating, people want to sit down. And we have to keep in mind as well, we have people with mobility challenges who want to rest. And then when you're looking at parents who are walking their children, I see them sit down. So I'm walking and I'm out there all the time to assess as staff to see what is the best route and the best recommendation to do. So I've seen a combination of both. We have First Coast Security who was out there and they encouraged someone, hey, can you move along? That's the only thing that they can do. But at the same time, what if we were to sit on the bench all day long? Is it based off of just undesirables sitting? So it's a combination of that. We have to, as staff, I'm walking you through what we do on our end because it could be a problem when we remove all the benches. 6 months later, we may have an influx of people to say there's nowhere to sit. So there's a couple things that we're working on. And as far as we presented the street patrol, the street ambassadors, that was not approved by the CRA for downtown. So their priorities, the commissioner's priorities were only a few things that they deemed as a priority. So we're working diligently, Public Works is out there. And then as far as the community, that's something else. We talk about having a developer roundtable, maybe having a combination of various nonprofit organizations to come together to help clean up, make it consistent, because staff can only do what we can do, especially if we did not have it approved to have the street ambassadors out there. That was one of the main things we wanted to have because it is an eyesore. And it's an influx of people. It's summertime now. A lot more people are going to come out, and having the street ambassadors to help clean up. That's all they do all day long is clean up and pass out literature. We don't have that. So maybe tapping into the community to see if we can have different organizations to help clean up.
Thank you for at least looking into it because
absolutely.
It's ridiculous. I mean, they're panhandling in front of our store. We call, there's nothing they can do. I've got lots of pictures on my phone of them in front of the Crest building is really the worst.
Yeah.
They're out there with their signs in the alcove of Angel and Phelps of ours. You call and they can't do anything, and it's the same group that's right over here. When I came in today, they're right over here. So they're underneath the trees, they're having their lunch, making a mess, and now they're going otherwhere. So I appreciate at least it being looked into. So thank you.
You're welcome. The first one we are moving is in front of the Crest building.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next one's Sidewalk Cafe.
Yes.
Agreement.
Yeah, so we have the first draft of the Sidewalk Cafe, and that is for you all to review. Very similar to what we discussed the last meeting. This is just for the front of the restaurants that are downtown. Based off the Land Development Code, it focuses solely on eateries. So wanted to make sure that you all had an opportunity to review it. We do have a couple of applicants who are interested in moving forward. You all met the applicant last meeting, and so that will he'll move forward with the in the front. Now, as far as on the side, which is the alleyway, which is the public right of way for us as far as the city's property, we're still working on the details of that with legal. And so because it's a unique situation, because we have to bring in risk management as well as public works and first responders in the event of an emergency. If we have people who are sitting, eating, enjoying lunch or dinner, an emergency happens in between, we have to make sure that they have an opportunity to go through that alleyway without any casualties or any issues. And so we're working through all that. They're measuring, we're walking through, doing mock situations and scenarios to make sure that we are mitigating all issues, as well as still remaining in our guidelines according to our land development code. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. And if you had any questions or suggestions, that would be great.
The only thing I know about is fire requires 14 to 20 clear and like 18 feet vertical clear.
Yes.
So if you can provide that, you can meet just about everything else.
Right, and we're way past that.
Yes. I mean, there's a lot of room in that particular alleyway.
Yeah, plenty.
Yes, and so we were working through also making sure that the applicants doing situations to make sure that because there's two applicants that are looking at having chairs out, which is the restaurant on the right, if you're facing this way, and then on the left you have the art gallery, and making sure that they have enough space for their patrons to enjoy without feeling cramped, but at the same time the safety is there as well. So we should be fine.
It was there before when the brewery was in there. They had a wrought iron fence along there, and it separated everything, and so it's definitely doable.
Yes, awesome.
That's it. Anybody else? Although we have to review that and comment at the next meeting, right?
Absolutely.
Or any time along the way.
Yes. So whenever it comes up, you will have to review each application that comes. The applications will be unique because each alleyway is different and the requirements are different for each applicant, as well as the fees.
Well, as for me, that's fine. We'll look at them. It's just that I need them a week or 10 days before a meeting.
Correct. Yes.
And maybe, here, review it. We're not necessarily going to vote on it or act on it at the next meeting, but it's going to be a month down. So we have time ahead of time to be able to review this and actually make a comment on it.
Absolutely.
Do you want to go through the grant applications?
Yes.
As succinctly as possible?
Yeah, as be quickly as possible. If you could provide the video, please. So this video covers...
Well, one comment.
Yes.
Scott brought up the fact that you guys vet these. You go through each one of these. You've met with them beforehand. You have verified that they meet all the requirements. You verified that they have the permits, that they have 3 bids, that they have all these things. So are we reviewing because City Commission said they want this board to see these before they're approved?
You're really seeing it because everything that the city commissioners want, everything that we as staff are doing, transparency for you all to see it. And so you're going to get a lot more. That's pretty much it. Yes. The video that you are going to see, there is an investor and a developer who is in the Blue CRA. They own about 13 to 17 properties. They're not here, but they had an emergency and they weren't able to be here. They own several properties in the Blue CRA. So a few of their properties are listed here, which is 600, 700, 594 Blue Road. And they have an amazing video of what they're actively doing now. So they've been working on this for the last almost 5 years. And I would like for you to see it. This is just the beginning. So they have the small grant application, but then the next ones are the other applications they'll be submitting the next meeting.
Daytona Beach, Florida, a city built upon the foundation of dreams and a vision. A city where dreamers and visionaries left their marks while creating a template for the future. Development is everywhere. Potential is being realized. The future undeniably has arrived. Enter the Daytona Design District, an enclave reimagined for the future, aimed at attracting a diverse, progressive clientele of consumers, culture seekers, and forward thinkers. The newest local dream is the product of the latest local visionaries, longtime business owners with next-level business sensibilities who are absolutely aligned with this area's exponential growth. Building this dream is like building a city, with the Daytona Design District concept based on collaboration with the community and investors, utilizing the expertise of the area's modern-day leaders and creative trendsetters. It's all about creating a lifestyle, welcoming the arts, and much more. The expansive plans will incorporate a waterfront park and boardwalk, showcasing the area's spectacular intercoastal vistas. Together with existing businesses such as Coquina Marina, Caribbean Jacks, and Galaxy Lighting, this design and entertainment district will link Ballou Road to the accompanying development on Beach Street in the downtown area. The Daytona Design District will be, in a word, transformative. A place to connect, to collaborate, and create a lifestyle befitting your own dreams.
That's their grant application. So they are working diligently. I'm so excited to be a part of making sure that they are able to move through all the channels. Ballou Road will look different within the next few years. And this is, he out of the mouth of the owner, he said, listen, I'm tired of it looking like this. That's why I acquired so many parcels, and I personally will make it happen. This is what I'm doing. I just, excited that the grant opportunities are there. He said, but I've already spent, I think he said almost $1 million in just renovations. So he's excited, and he will be presenting an incentive ask for the city within the next few months. But as of now, he's put a lot of his personal money into developing the Ballou CRA. So his properties stretch from the very tip to each tip of the CRA. So from when you're going down Beach Street at the light, he's right there by McAllister's all the way down to Coquina. Mm-hmm. So he has so many properties, and he's also looking to buy more properties, as well as right across on North Beach Street. He's looking at those properties that are across that are outside of the CRA, because that would directly affect his development. So he's excited. You're talking about a combination of eateries and office space. He's looking at having mixed use properties, residential, and they will have a mixed income. So he wants to have some workforce housing there as well. So you'll see a lot that will come before you very soon.
Was the workforce housing on the east side of the road or the west side of the road?
He's going to do it. It's going to be facing, so it'll be on Ballou Road, so, on the left side.
So as you're heading north, it's going to be on
the left.
So the west side of this.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But you can mix affordable into higher end properties.
Absolutely.
It's just taking smaller units with less amenities and put it in there, and it's for police, fire, teachers, those folks that are they're not making a lot of money, but they're clean, neat, productive members of society.
Absolutely.
And so they need that opportunity as well.
That wasn't what I was questioning, though. I'm totally in agreement with you. If Caribbean Jacks is there, that was some high volume, high height residential places that they're looking at. So I was trying to figure out, was it like by where Route Road comes in, and it's up in between Route, because then there's that water right behind it, that canal that's behind it, and then where like Bayshore and everything is on that back side, and then with Granite is on the front side. So I was just trying to figure out on
Oh,
that
okay.
video where that was happening.
Oh, okay. So yes, when you are, how can I express? So when you're going down Beach Street and you're at the light of the Fairview light, the little corner that's right there.
Fishing hole.
Yes, right across the street from the fishing hole, that particular area. So that big parcel of parking lot.
Okay.
That's where they're going to create the mixed use. So there'll be some residential there. They're also having public parking that will be available. So they're doing what we call different pockets of parking. And so right now there's parking challenges. If you were to do a development like that, it will be massively an issue. But what they're going to connect from Ballou to North Beach Street, the parking. So if you're coming in from North Beach Street, you're able to go into the parking lot. If you're coming from Ballou Road, you're able to come into the same parking lot and exit the same way.
Question. So there's just 4 properties on the agenda.
For this particular one, yes, and they haven't brought the other ones.
Okay, so there's many more properties than these 4, and have you guys seen an overall just a concept plan of what their preliminary thoughts are?
Yes.
Of the entire district.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They provided the plans and the entire district that they have. Yes, we walked through all of that. Great. Any more questions with that one? No. And the other property, which is 553 Ballou Road, this applicant is looking to do a commercial improvement grant to repair the roof and removal of trees. This is a cybersecurity facility and academy. Staff recommended awarding them the $18,921.14. The applicant has already paid the 20%, which is $4,730.28. I did meet with this applicant as well. He's going to do a great impact to the Ballou CRA and bringing in the cybersecurity side. So he's teaching a lot of individuals. So that's the only one. And then, of course, the other properties that I discussed, that total was $18,633.
And I think those are already, there's been a lot of renovation going into those already. I've seen them.
Yes, it's not even, they're still getting some more paperwork together for the other applications that they'll be submitting for the commercial grants. And that's all that I have for the grant applications.
We have public comments. We've got some people in the audience, so you've persevered for an extra 20 minutes. Anybody want to? Nothing. Oh, thank you. How about board comments? Any comments from the board?
Well, wait a second. He wants to come up.
Oh, if you have something to say,
Please, come on.
we were talking to you and it said the audience.
You have
need
to come forward and, sorry.
Hey everyone, I'm Eli. I live in Port Orange right now, 1812 Forest Preserve, but I'm looking to start a business in the downtown area, opening up a specialty coffee shop. So I'm one of the grant applicants. I've been working with Phoebe for a little while now. Super helpful. I just came to sit in on a meeting, see what it was like, learn a little bit about it. I had no clue what to expect, but super excited to be working with you guys. I had a good time just sitting and listening.
90% of your work is going to be just meeting all the requirements of the application process. And then essentially we just hear those and then they go forward to commission for final action. So.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good to have another one downtown.
Yeah, I'm excited.
126 West International Speedway.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. And so I'm pretty sure I've completed most of the requirements with Phoebe. So just kind of more so waiting now. But yeah, like I said, I'm here to just fix what's needed and see where we can get things rolling.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's
it. Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any board comments?
I do, sorry. Because the 2 people that were for the Sidewalk Cafe were both here and they've left Because were they under the impression that we were making a decision today?
No.
Or they just wanted to hear our thoughts?
Yes, that's all. They're aware that no decision will be made from you all. They were here just to hear the thoughts, and I told them that it would be presented. The draft would be presented for you. I don't know why they left, but yes.
Which Sidewalk Cafe?
They're the restaurant. So the gentleman
Little Italy?
Yes, the gentleman you saw, and then Wendy
No, it was.
is
It's not
the
anymore.
gallery.
They moved
Yeah.
from New Smyrna.
Because he was here and made a big presentation last month and got the grants, and then she was not here for trying to say what they wanted to do from their art.
Yes.
Well, we had dinner with John Travolta in the restaurant, not at the same time. But
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's often down there. Yeah, he's in the New Smyrna often.
should be good.
The reason why Wendy was here was because goodness, I guess the first, was it a couple of weeks ago when we mentioned about that for them as far as her having the sidewalk cafe feel. Remember, the board also wanted to make sure that only eateries had the sidewalk cafe and not
Originally.
other businesses, because that came up with the smoke shops, the cigar shop, all of those different businesses. The board was like, absolutely not. If you have an eatery, that's it. So Wendy is one of the extra businesses that want to have the outdoor seating. So how are we going to work through that? That's what I want you all to think about when you're reviewing over the application, the contract, for the sidewalk agreement. Are we going to only limit it to the eateries, or situations like Wendy? She will serve food on a case by case. She has a small cafe, but it's not all the time.
So that was my question. There seems to be a distinction between people who are going to need it every day as part of their licensing requirements in order to serve alcohol versus somebody who's going to do something, maybe once a quarter or something like that. And maybe there's a way to handle outdoor special events, although I know that has a much bigger and different meaning in Daytona Beach, but maybe there's a way to handle the person who's going to do it 4 times a year versus somebody who needs to permanently occupy that space and count it towards their licensing requirements so that they can remain open.
That's what we're working through, because I met with Wendy and she said that she wanted to have it all the time, but she would have food every now and then based off of events. But she wants to have the outdoor seating for when people are there in her establishment. They can go out and sit down and go over art and meet, all of that stuff. So it's not only, I hear what you're saying. That's why we're literally going through different scenarios to see what works. Some of the other establishments, they're cigar lounges or, smoke shops. They want to go outdoors and sit. So if we're mirroring what other municipalities are doing, they allow it to have them outdoors sitting down smoking. It all depends on what you all want, because everybody doesn't have to have a license agreement for, the alcohol. They're just wanting to just sit down and read a book. Then you have bookshops, bookstores, every business is like, I want to go outside and have chairs so my patrons can be able to enjoy outdoors as well. So that's something to think about.
Have you all set up any kind of criteria that you're looking at it's just like a zoning and a permitted use, and so then there's a list of permitted uses, and I used to smoke cigars. I don't anymore, but I really enjoyed it, and it's better to sit outside usually, unless there's a specific room for it. And I didn't go to that shop, but I did the one on the corner there where Woolworths is a lot. And now it was big enough you didn't have to go outside, but many people don't like the smell of cigars, So it's not an easy decision to make on what these permitted uses are.
Right.
Particularly if they're going to be right next to another business where people are outdoors and eating. So
Yeah. And
But
then
they're
also
already doing it. The cigar place, they're out there every single day smoking the cigars right next to the eating places. So when you walk past, even go to get food, you're having to walk past it.
So the reason why we're not 100% enforcing it, because we don't have the documentation as of yet completed.
You don't have codes developed to
Right. We have
enforce.
the land development code that goes through different things. As far as a criteria, yes, we have that. But if you're talking about other layers, we did become more lenient within the last couple years because we were developing a unique strategy for the outdoor seating.
Another difficult one.
All right, that was all my comment.
We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Today, I'm delighted to bring you once again to another segment of Daytona Beach Television. I am your host, the Reverend Dr. L. Ronald Durham, Community Relations Manager for the City Gorgeous, Daytona Beach, Florida. Today, my guest is Commissioner Stacy Cantu, and she represents Zone Number 4. We're here at the beautiful Pelican Bay Sports Club. As a matter of fact, if you belong to an organization and you're looking for a place to meet, let me tell you, they have renovated this place and it looks awesome. Welcome to Daytona Beach Television, Commissioner. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me. I'm happy that you're here in Pelican Bay, my neighborhood.
There you go.
25 years.
Yes.
And he has done amazing with this
Facility is really awesome. It is really nice. And this is a great setting. It is hot outside. So thank you for bringing us inside to do this segment. So let's get started. There may be people who don't know who Commissioner Stacy Cantu is. So let's get started with you telling them a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've lived in Daytona Beach over 40 years. I'm married with 5 children.
Okay.
All my children are grown, so I have the time to do this job now. All in their 30s. Actually, today, my youngest just turned 32.
Oh, congratulations.
So she was born at Halifax Hospital. I have 13 grandchildren.
Mm-hmm.
I'm come from a military family, a lot of veterans, and actually we have family members that are in active duty as of right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been very involved with the veterans in this community, and I love Daytona Beach.
Yes, you have been quite active since you lived here in Daytona Beach. I think in all of our city, sometimes there are places that you as a commissioner are particularly concerned about.
Yes.
Are there any areas of your zone that are a particular concern to you right now?
Absolutely.
That you want to really focus in on?
Absolutely is infrastructure.
Okay.
Everyone hears about LPGA. And it needs to be widened, but there's negotiations going on with the state and the county about trading out that road. The state has taken over the funds, so right now I represent the TPO, and they are in the process of the engineering and design. We had moved up the project, I believe, from 2031 to 2021, 2025, last March. We also were able to put $7 million in the right of way for that funding. And you still hear people say there's no money for construction. Well, the reason there's no money for construction, the state has to determine how much it's going to cost. So that's why you have to have the design.
Exactly.
So I'm thinking we're probably still looking at least another 3 or 4 years till we actually see something progress over there. The Dunn extension, we're going to need all those other roads, which the Dunn is a county road as well. I know I think it was actually the last commission meeting, they just funded for the design and engineering of the Dunn extension at the county level. And I know the city, state, and county are trying to work together. I know the city, we passed a project a while back called the INA, and it was allowed up to, I think, the development of 1,834 homes, which the density was lowered to 344, and they were going to pay up to the right of way. So we're all working together to try to get all this infrastructure. Another thing that's really a problem out in the LPGA area is phone cell connection. And I have been working very hard to get this cell tower, which it's in the works. Right now, it's going to be at the fire station off the LPGA, and we're waiting for FAA clearance right now. But there is talk. So I know my residents are going to be happy. There's talk about having another one over there, over by the utility department over there.
Interesting. That is interesting. So let's switch gears. Those are some of the concerns.
Yes.
But on the positive side, what has made you kind of happy, glad that you are the commissioner of Zone 4?
First of all, I love working and trying to get things accomplished with the residents. Sidewalks.
Okay.
I am a big, call me the sidewalk commissioner. My first month in, I actually campaigned. I don't know if you remember over there off Klein Morris between Pine Lakes and Big Tree.
Okay.
Over decades, because I used to own a house over there, and my kids, like I said, are in their 30s. That sidewalk has been missing forever. Well, I campaigned on it thinking it was a Daytona, and it was actually county.
Okay.
But I was able to accomplish to get that done within a month. And you see our bike path that's going on, that we'll work in the city with DOT. Sidewalk over there from Bayberry to Publix. They kept going back and forth for years, saying it's county, the state's county. Well, I looked into it, and Minto was supposed to pay for it, so I was able to get that sidewalk in. Grand Champion, they had missing sidewalks. I'm just like the sidewalk, and I'm working right now on sidewalks all the way down LPGA on the east side. So, and I think we got that accomplished too.
Excellent.
But sidewalks are a big thing, and veterans. One of my campaign promises was the Veteran Museum.
Yeah.
And that was something I was able to accomplish with the commission, of course, and we were able to move the Veteran Museum back to Daytona Beach. So I was very proud of that. If you ever get a chance, please go by and take a look. It's amazing.
I will. And you've done a lot of work in a very short period of time that I know you're very proud of. And you're commissioner of Zone 4. However, the entire city is under the purview of all of our commissioners and our mayor to make sure that quality of life is great throughout the city. So looking at the core of the city. When I say the core of the city, I mean the heart of the city. What do you think can be done to kind of make some improvements there?
One of the main things is our flooding in the core of the city. That is something that's very dear to me, and I kept going after our congressman. I don't know if you've read that with the mayor calls me, what did he call me, a rabid pit bull? And I know the city has been working on that for a long time, but we finally have the Army Corps coming here. But that's a problem that's very dear to me. We still need help in affordable housing, but I think our city does the greatest with affordable housing than most cities in Volusia County.
And you're absolutely right. I think affordable housing is very high on the list for all of you because it's a major concern, not just in Daytona Beach, but really across the state of Florida. Prices are really astronomical. So that's a big, big thing.
And I think it's because we have so many people moving here, and our income level wasn't like their income level. So when they come here, like, for instance, my son who lived in New York, he had a flat. He was used to paying $3,000, $3,500 for a little flat. And when you come here and you get a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom for that, that's a mansion to them. But for us, I mean, that's expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Because of our income level.
You're absolutely right.
Right.
And Daytona Beach is, we are an event town. We have the races, we have Bike Week, we have all kinds of events. So what do you see that are the challenges when it comes to, because our population can explode with some of these events when they come into town. What are some of the challenges we face with being an event city?
Well, I've been here a long time. I remember spring break back in the day, everything, and it was a little out of control, but I think we handle our events very well. Our Daytona Beach Police Department does a fantastic job. There's one thing that I would like to see different is I love Bike Week, and I don't think we have this problem every cycle in the commission about Bike Week, and I think we need to make it a little bit easier for our businesses on Main Street with the bike master plan, because a lot of these businesses have been there for a long time. I mean, one of my neighbors, he actually owns a business there, and he does the same thing every year. It should be just something same thing electronically, and we approve his. And then the ones we don't, they come back and we take a look at it. So I like to try to be more friendly to our businesses during Bike Week.
Okay. There's been some turnover since the last election with our city commission, you being one of the ones coming in, Monica Paris is another. What do you see as some of the strengths of the current commission?
Okay, I might be biased.
Okay, that's okay.
I think we have a great commission. We all have different perspectives, but I think our strength lies in the ability to meet common ground.
Yeah.
And we are able to accomplish a lot of things because we have different perspectives on different things. And we listen to each other, and I actually think this commission is doing great.
Yeah. And finding common ground is really difficult sometimes. So how do you, in the heat of, I don't want to say in the heat of battle, but in the heat of discussion, how do you get to that place of pulling all of the commissioners in to finding a solution to the problem?
Well, communication.
Okay.
I mean, I think we listen to each other, and almost, I would say 90% of the time we agree with each other. I mean, and we're looking out for the residents, not our personal, do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I just think we have a great commission.
It is very important to communicate.
Right.
And so what challenges, if you could kind of look into your crystal ball, what challenges do you see that we face as a city in the next couple of years?
I'm not sounding redundant, but flooding, infrastructure, affordable housing. I mean, those are some of the main goals. I mean, I would like to see Mason Avenue. We just had a DOT meeting yesterday. After I had a meeting for phase 1, I was very vocal on that when it originally came. I was very happy to see the plans. The commission agreed. We put in phase 2 with the TPO. So because I didn't want it just to be a Band-Aid and we stop with Mason Avenue, because like I said, Mason Avenue has been the same since I was a kid. And that's one of the most dangerous and neglected roads to me in the city. And I feel like we're going in the right direction because phase 1 was absolutely great. They changed the things that my residents and myself and the commission weren't happy about. And I just want to see it to keep improving on Mason. So that's one of my, even though that's really not in my zone, but it's something that's been neglected for a while. So
You're right. And looking at our city and our surrounding towns around us, how would you describe the mood of Daytona Beach? Kind of a subjective question, but how would you describe our mood?
I think most of the residents are happy the way we're, going with the progress. I mean, maybe not always happy with all the people that are moving here. I mean, daily, where we have 1,000 people moving to Florida daily or 1,500. But otherwise, I mean, there's always going to be changes. I mean, we can't stay the way we were. I mean, and sometimes it's hard to explain to residents. A lot of these projects they see has been in the works for many, many years. And you just can't go back but we have people moving here, so we have to supply a place for them to live as well. So,
and you're quite busy.
Yes, I am.
Being a commissioner is not the only thing that you're involved in. So how do you kind of balance the public life that you have as a commissioner with all the other private activities that go on in your life?
Well, one thing that's good about me, I'm semi-retired now. So, time management, and my kids are grown. I do have 13 grandkids and a husband, but they're used to me. I've always been a workaholic. So,
okay.
And they'll tell you, and I actually have a daughter that's doing the same thing, and I'm like, slow down. But I love working. I love helping people. So, and I think I manage it very well with family and working at the same time.
And you have to be a people person to be a city commissioner, because
Yes.
your phone's constantly ringing, somebody's texting you or emailing you, and you have to be on call almost 24 hours a day.
You're definitely on call 24 hours a day.
There's recently been a lot of improvements being planned for the ISB corridor and the beachside in general. So give us your thoughts on that part of our city here in Daytona Beach.
Okay. I represent the TPO for the city of Daytona, and I'm very excited about the East ISB corridor. I think that's going to look amazing. I think another good thing that's happening, we have the police substation that's getting ready to open up. I think they're having their grand opening in a month or two. I think that's going to help things over there. I keep saying I think, but what I would want, I would like to see more lighting. I like to see some more of the blight area cleaned up, which I think code enforcement is doing amazing. I just had a meeting over there today. But I think we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, and that is an important area because it's kind of the gateway to the beach.
Yes.
And you can't get to the beach without going down ISB in many cases.
You're absolutely right. And that's why I'm saying Mason Avenue is another gateway, even for Holly Hill.
Yeah.
So that's another important road. I'll go back to Mason, but East ISB, yes.
Yeah.
And I think the improvement is going to be great. They just opened beaches over there. And that looks great because that was a gas station there forever.
Yep.
I mean, closed down. I'm going back way back when ABC was over there. I don't know if you remember ABC Look Around. It burnt down.
Yes.
This vacant land.
I do remember that.
I mean, so I think with all these improvements, we're going to see big changes.
Absolutely. Did I miss anything, Commissioner, that you want to share with the residents of Daytona Beach before I get you off the air?
No, I don't think so. But thank you for having me. And
well, I want to thank you. I want to thank you because there's a lot of work that's involved with what you have to do. And that commitment and dedication means a lot to all of us who live here in Daytona Beach. And we don't always show it sometimes, but we appreciate all that you do to help the people here in our city.
Well, thank you.
You've been watching this edition of Daytona Beach Television. My guest today has been Commissioner Stacy Cantu, Zone 4, and we are in her zone filming at the beautiful Pelican Bay Sports Club. I want to thank you for viewing. Don't miss us because I've got more commissioners that are still coming, and I want you to see each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Love you guys. Bye-bye. Today, I'm delighted to welcome to Daytona Beach Television Commissioner Paula R. Reed. She's the commissioner for Zone Number 6, and we're here today with the segment called Meet Your Commissioner. Welcome to Daytona Beach Television, Commissioner Reed. How are you today?
I am great, and thank you, Dr. Durham. I'm glad to be here.
I am so happy to have you on the program today. And I want to start because there may be some person who has maybe just moved here yesterday that doesn't know who you are. So why don't you just tell the listeners a little bit about Paula R. Reed?
Okay. Well, Paula R. Reed is a native of Daytona Beach. I've been employed at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University for exactly 28 years as of last week. That position actually brought me back home. I matriculated through our public school system, graduate of Seabreeze High School, graduate of Bethune-Cookman College and University, as well as the University of Akron. Very engaged in our community. Was on various boards prior to getting on the commission. I was on the adjustment board. I was on the equal opportunity development board. Just engaged. You know, I feel that one of my platforms when I was running for office was, to whom much is given, much is required. And I just felt that I had been so blessed to have been able to get an education and be able to afford a job that could meet most of my needs and some of my wants, and that I had a responsibility to give back. And through the coercing of family and friends, I find myself now in this seat.
All right. And you've been in this seat doing a great job.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Yes, you have. Now, there may be some of our viewers out there today, too, who are not familiar. There's been some redistricting as of the 2020 census.
That's
So
correct.
Zone 6 has kind of been reconfigured. Can you give us a little bit of the geographic layout now of what your zone contains?
Ooh, to tell you that my westerly boundary used to end at Clyde Morris. It now goes and extends to 95. And I don't have as much of the Midtown as I had, that area, but I do have some of that. I go to Seagrave, I come back up through Mary McLeod Bethune, I go to International Speedway. So International Speedway is my southern boundary, and North Street on the west side is my westerly boundary.
Okay. Well, now as you survey your zone, what do you see as some of the challenges, for lack of a better word, that your zone is facing right now?
Well, with the new redistricting, I do have to reevaluate that. I think if I were to reflect on just a month ago, I would say that the economic development, so that we could have some income that comes into this zone to be able to do more things for the zone. You know, there's a CRA in the middle of this zone. And so I have a number of churches. I have several institutions of higher education. I have Bethune-Cookman, I have Daytona State, and I have Embry-Riddle. I have Mainland High School, I have Campbell Middle School, Turity. I had all of those. So a lot of entities that we're proud to have in our area, don't get me wrong, but they don't pay taxes. So we've got some areas that need to be redeveloped. Some buildings are a little dilapidated, and we need to the best of our ability, hold owners responsible for their properties, so that it can be inviting for people to come to our community.
And so you kind of have, based on what you just described, you have an eclectic kind of melting pot, if you will, of a lot of what goes on in our city.
Exactly.
A lot of things emanate from some of the places that you represent.
Yes, sir.
So on the positive side, looking at those challenges, but let's flip to the positive side.
Well, the positive side, if I may interject,
Go ahead.
is now with the redistricting, I do have more businesses in my zone. Because now that I go further west, I now have Daytona 1, I have the Speedway, the airport, I have the mall, I have all of those businesses that will be paying into Zone 6. So I'm looking forward to this redistricting, and I'm also looking forward to representing a whole nother group of citizenry in my new zone.
So what is it that makes you proud to kind of represent Zone 6? What are some of the things that you've seen over the years that you can sit back and say, you know what, we've done some great things in our zone?
Ooh, Dr. Durham, there are so many. Let me count the ways. Okay. Well, from my own perspective, I'm very proud of the fact that, let's say on North Street, we were able to add a sidewalk. We got some money from the state to help us with that. We were concerned about children walking in the street. The Fresh Book Festival is now the largest book festival in the state of Florida. A lot of things that we've done collectively, even as a board, from Orange Avenue to Margaritaville, all of the new restaurants that have come to town. The strip mall by Mainland High School that's on International Speedway. The citizenry has grown. You know, we were boasting 78,000, and I just heard in a neighborhood watch meeting from the city manager Monday night, we're at 81,000. So there's a draw for people to come. So I think Tanger Outlet, you know, Tomoka Farms, what they've done across the street. There's so much that we've done that has really kind of turned our city around. The paving of the roads, sidewalks, all the things that we as a commission see that are important for our citizens to have a better quality of life.
Absolutely. Now, your zone is what I call the heart of the city.
Yes, sir.
Kind of the core of the city. So what do you see are some of the things, Commissioner, that in your zone, the core, the heart of the city, what are some of the ways that you feel like there can be some improvements made?
Improvements. Okay. Well, definitely a lot of the buildings that have been left unattended by their owners. the houses that have been left unattended, the drugs that are running rampant through our city, the homelessness, and the panhandlers. All of that runs through that core. And, the core is the strength of it all. Yeah. If the core is not solid and strong, then it reflects throughout the entire city. And so I would be concerned about any of those. But there are three areas that really, really penetrate my mind. I'm concerned about our elderly, I'm concerned about our children, and I'm concerned about pets and how they're all being treated. Because each of them bring a certain quality to our city, and they deserve to be respected and treated with such.
Absolutely. Daytona Beach is kind of unique. We are an event seasoned city, which kind of swells the number of people that are in our town at any given time. So what do you see are some of the challenges of being that kind of city that kind of goes in these cycles of events happening every year?
Well, we've come a long way from from just being the spring break city, because we host so many different things now. I do think, though, that we have to be more conscientious of what we allow to come to our town. We have to determine what type of city we want to be. What do we want to be named for? Yes, we're the world's most famous beach, but the beach isn't the only thing that we offer. We also have very historical homes here, from Dr. Miriam McLeod Bethune's home, Howard Thurman's home. There's such a rich history here. Jackie Robinson was allowed to play here when he wasn't allowed to play down the street in Sanford. If we were just to look at the history that we already offer and build upon that, I would really love to see more opportunities for families to come here. For example, with sports, we've got that beautiful stadium out there that we've done some remodeling over, some revamping in this last year. And if you haven't been yet, you'll see some of that from the locker rooms to the seating in the stands. I'd love to see a track around that. I can see families following their children to come to track, to races and what have you. I'd really love to see more family-oriented events. I don't like it when, for example, when we had that truck event and they just tore up our city, just running through the beach with their wheels and, urinating in people's yards. All that sort of stuff is not what we want to be known for. Right. We want to be a place where people can come and enjoy themselves and have opportunities galore,
Yeah. And Commissioner, you've been on the City Commission long enough that there have been several iterations of the committee, or I should say of the commission. What do you see that are some of the current strengths of this current commission now that you have?
Well, I think the strength for us is the diversity that we bring. You don't have, you're not going to automatically get a yes. There's going to be some deliberation between us for us to determine whether or not we think it's a good way to go. And then everybody makes up their own mind to determine whether or not that would be best for our citizenry.
And that does, I think, present a great way for collaboration.
Yes, it does.
Because you don't just represent Zone 6. You vote on things that happen throughout the entire
that is absolutely correct.
city. And so you have to be familiarized with what's going on around the entire city at any given moment. So what challenges do you see, Commissioner, that may lie ahead? Because you mentioned all of the improvements that we've seen, some of the new businesses that have come in. What are some of the challenges that you foresee, if you could look into that crystal ball and see some challenges that may lay ahead for Daytona Beach?
Well, I think one of our challenges is something that our citizenry has really spoken out about, and that's the growth. How do you define a controlled growth? And that 81,000 is something to be proud of, but we also have to be concerned about our infrastructure, our water, the safety of our citizens. Can fire get there? Can we properly patrol that area? So I think we need to be, more concerned about a smart growth effort in the future. Now, what you have to realize is that a lot of the growth we're experiencing was already on the board. It just came to us to now be passed, but those properties were already purchased. The ideas were already there, but I think we just need to be a little bit more conscientious. And I also think that in this growth, we need to consider our affordable housing. That's one of the priorities that the Commission has brought forward as being one of our number one. It's in the top 3. And I think we should challenge these new developers or old developers with a percentage of those buildings having affordable housing, as well as looking at those impact fees, because we're kind of the lowest. And we need to start increasing that so we can do more, for our city.
Yeah. And you mentioned policing, so I want to segue a little bit into that. Okay. Because there's a portion of our city, the Sea Breeze Corridor, for instance, where there are some serious challenges there. So how are you seeing some of the changes that is happening now with maybe some improvements to that area?
Okay. Well, I know that Commissioner Strickland and I believe the mayor as well made a contribution towards the lighting. I know that there has been a list brought forward on what businesses are going to have to do that are on Seabreeze in order to help us to police. They need to be more responsible themselves of the individuals they allow to come into their facilities, as well as staffing their parking lots and what have you. We've got to hold them more accountable. It's not once they leave your door that you're no longer responsible, because they're individuals that live in that area that are experiencing what these people are doing, and we need to be conscientious of that.
Absolutely.
It's a partnership between the city and that business. For if we didn't allow them to have the business, they wouldn't even be there.
Correct.
So they need to partner with us on making sure that it remains a safe area for even the ones that are attending, as well as the citizens that live in that area.
You're so right. And safety is very important. And I think every city commissioner has like a pulse or a mood. So what would you say is the current mood of the city of Daytona Beach?
I think we're at a good place. I really feel good about what we're doing. You know, I used to wonder when things happen around the city, who made those decisions? And now I'm one of those people that makes those decisions. So we have a responsibility. We have to be accountable for what we do. And you really have to check your heart to make sure you're doing what you feel is best, because that's why you're elected.
Absolutely. There have been some articles recently about the ISB corridor, which is the gateway that brings you into the beach area. What are you seeing as far as the ISB corridor is concerned?
Well, I think there are some great ideas that are on the table, and some great things are happening. You know, we've got some new restaurants that are on the easterly side of that are making it look better. We've got some things that have been there for a while that either need to be refreshed or they need to be released. And I wasn't too particularly pleased with the roundabout idea. I really like the flow of traffic. I think that once again, just holding folks accountable for what they have. You know, I think when we've been blessed with something, we have a responsibility to take care of it, regardless of whether you're a business owner or a homeowner, because not only is it a reflection on you, but it's a reflection of our city. And when you say that's the major thoroughfare, I really would like to see us emphasize the other major thoroughfares that'll take you there, you know, as we continue to develop Mason Avenue, you know, and what have you, so that folks, because that gets so gridlocked at times, because it's the only way people know. But how can we divert them off of International and Orange and International and Nova and take them to Orange? There are other ways to get to the beach, so that's not so gridlocked. But that major thoroughfare does need an overhaul. The plans are there, and I look forward to what it's going to look like when it's complete.
All right. At the beginning of the segment, you mentioned your role with Embry-Riddle University. So how do you, as a city commissioner, you've got your work schedule, and you are now a sitting city commissioner. How do you find balance between what you have to do with Embry-Riddle University and what you have to do as a commissioner for the city of Daytona Beach? There has to be, how do you just balance that?
Well, we all have to balance it, because everyone, with the exception of maybe one or two, have full-time jobs. In balancing, it's just like in balancing anything else. You just got to recognize when I know my hours at Embry-Riddle, and Embry-Riddle respects those hours. If I need to do something during the day, then I can just take personal leave. Just let them know that, and they know my situation. Even my supervisor, my main supervisor, or my head supervisor, maybe I should say, is also a city commissioner. So I'm in an office with another one from another city, so they recognize it and also respect both roles. My city commission role doesn't really call for me that much during the day, but I do have access to email and my phone in the event that something is transpiring. A lot of things happen after hours, and so I can control that greatly. After hours and weekends.
Correct.
Yeah, but it's just a juggle, just like anything else. If I had a part-time job, it would be just like this. Just respecting each in their own respective roles and giving them the time that they deserve and need.
All right. So do you have any final comments that you'd like to make as far as now that your zone has kind of been expanded, if you will? Any final comments as to how you're looking forward to all the constituents that have now been added to your coffers?
Well, everybody's we strive to have the same numbers. It's the census that dictates this, and We voted to kind of back our vote on redistricting because of COVID. It was 2020. And then we voted on when it would transpire. So it's here now. And it doesn't matter if you're in Midtown or if you're in Indigo, if you're in the Highlands, if you're wherever in the city, if I represent you, then I represent you. And that you can, it reminds me of this movie, you can take that to the bank. But I'm just proud to be a citizen of Daytona Beach, and I'm proud to serve. I'm proud to have a voice at the table to help things come to fruition. It's a ministry for me. It's an opportunity to give back to a city that's done so much for me, and it's my hometown. You know, I have skin in this game.
All right.
You know, so I want to make it the best city that it could possibly be.
Well, Commissioner, thank you for being.
It's over.
You want to talk some more?
No, if that's my time limit, I'll take it.
Well, listen, I do want to
Yes,
thank you
sir.
for taking time out of your very busy schedule.
You're welcome.
To film this segment of Meet Your Commissioner.
Thank you.
You've been watching this segment of Meet Your Commissioner here on Daytona Beach Television. My special guest today was your commissioner for Zone 6, Commissioner Paula R. Reed. We'll see you next time. Love you. Bye-bye.
This is my very first Mayor's Fitness Challenge. My second time in participating in the Mayor's Challenge. This is my 5th year that I've been participating in the Mayor's Challenge.
The Mayor's Fitness Challenge 2026.
She's incorporated themes every week.
I have been enjoying so much all of the different activities that we've done. I've enjoyed all the themes. I've had so much fun.
All of the classes have been sensational. They keep getting better and better.
And I just finished the yoga session, which for seniors, it's a little more challenging, but it really feels good to stretch out muscles that haven't stretched out in a long time.
See something on Facebook or my emails, I check with my teammate. I'm like, are we signing up? Are we registering? Yes, I enjoy it.
A lot of people save up for years to retire, and then they have not kept their health, and they cannot enjoy their retirement because of poor health.
But this year I had another opportunity to participate, and I said, you know what, try it. Went home, and it was the first time in 2 years I had absolutely no hip pain.
Finding this Mayor's Challenge has been another blessing for me. So I can enjoy being in Florida and retirement because I'll have a strong, healthy body.
Super cheap. Can't believe how cheap it is. I wish this lasted all year long. I would totally do it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Henry.
I urge all of you out there to come join us.
This has been a phenomenal experience for me.
This is my very first Mayor's Fitness Challenge.
My second time in participating in the Mayor's Challenge.
This is my 5th year that I've been participating in
The Mayor's Challenge.
The Mayor's Fitness Challenge 2026.
She's incorporated themes every week.
I have been enjoying so much all of the different activities that we've done. I've enjoyed all the themes. I've had so much fun.
All of the classes have been sensational. They keep getting better and better.
And I just finished the yoga session, which for seniors, it's a little more challenging, but it really feels good to stretch out muscles that haven't stretched out in a long time.
See something on Facebook or my emails, I check with my teammate. I'm like, are we signing up? Are we registering? Yes, I enjoy it.
A lot of people save up for years to retire, and then they have not kept their health, and they cannot enjoy their retirement because of poor health.
But this year I had another opportunity to participate, and I said, you know what, try it. Went home, and it was the first time in 2 years I had absolutely no hip pain.
Finding this Mayor's Challenge has been another blessing for me. So I can enjoy being in Florida and retirement because I'll have a strong, healthy body.
Super cheap. Can't believe how cheap it is. I wish this lasted all year long. I would totally do it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Henry.
I urge all of you out there to come join us.
This has been a phenomenal experience for me.
It is sad but true that for years, some people have been using storm drains to dispose of their wastes. A lot of people still don't know that storm sewer systems aren't like sanitary sewers. Sanitary sewers take waste from bathrooms and kitchens and clean them up. Storm sewers, on the other hand, do not treat or clean up anything passing through them. Storm sewers are just pipes and ditches designed to channel clean stormwater runoff away from urbanized areas. One of the responsibilities of municipalities that operate storm sewer systems is to prevent what the EPA calls illicit discharges. Illicit discharges are any discharges of non-stormwater into or through the storm sewer. Many of us see one of the most common sources of illicit discharges every day: trash that didn't quite make it into an outdoor dumpster or trash can. These wastes are easily washed into the nearest storm drain inlet by the next storm. You may have seen or heard about other bad practices, like dumping used motor oil, engine coolant, or cigarette butts onto the street or down the storm drain. Like cleaning floor mats, filters, paintbrushes, screens, mops, or other items outdoors. Like using a storm drain to dispose of unwanted fertilizers, pesticides, pet wastes, or car ashtrays. It's just like dumping these wastes right into the nearest stream or river. Report any obvious or suspicious discharges to your local stormwater authority. The information you provide can directly and quickly eliminate a major source of surface water pollution. Call your local public works or engineering department, or just call the main number for your city, town, or county and ask who's responsible for stormwater. Are you ready to help? It is sad but true that for years, some people have been using storm drains to dispose of their wastes. A lot of people still don't know that storm sewer systems aren't like sanitary sewers. Sanitary sewers take waste from bathrooms and kitchens and clean them up. Storm sewers, on the other hand, do not treat or clean up anything passing through them. Storm sewers are just pipes and ditches designed to channel clean stormwater runoff away from urbanized areas. One of the responsibilities of municipalities that operate storm sewer systems is to prevent what the EPA calls illicit discharges. Illicit discharges are any discharges of non-stormwater into or through the storm sewer. Many of us see one of the most common sources of illicit discharges every day: trash that didn't quite make it into an outdoor dumpster or trash can. These wastes are easily washed into the nearest storm drain inlet by the next storm. You may have seen or heard about other bad practices, like dumping used motor oil, engine coolant, or cigarette butts onto the street or down the storm drain. like cleaning floor mats, filters, paintbrushes, screens, mops, or other items outdoors. Like using a storm drain to dispose of unwanted fertilizers, pesticides, pet wastes, or car ashtrays. It's just like dumping these wastes right into the nearest stream or river. Report any obvious or suspicious discharges to your local stormwater authority. The information you provide can directly and quickly eliminate a major source of surface water pollution. Call your local public works or engineering department, or just call the main number for your city, town, or county and ask who's responsible for stormwater. Are you ready to help?
Welcome to this edition of Meet Your Commissioner. I'm your host, the Reverend Dr. L. Ronald Durham, and we're delighted that you're tuned in today. My special guest is Commissioner Danette Henry. She's the commissioner for Zone Number 5 here in the city of Daytona Beach. Welcome to Meet Your Commissioner Day in Daytona Beach. How are you, Commissioner?
Thank you. I am wonderful today. Excited to be here.
I'm excited to have you on the program. So today we're just going to talk a little bit about your zone. And there might be some new residents in your zone who don't know too much about Commissioner Henry. So start with telling us a little bit about yourself.
Commissioner Henry is a Zone 5, lifelong Zone 5 resident, born and raised right here in Daytona Beach, born and raised right here in this particular zone.
Mm-hmm.
So I have been here, I won't tell my age, but at least a half a century I've been here in Zone 5, working, supporting the community and going to school, attending the local public schools. I attended Westside Elementary, I attended Holly Hill Middle School, and then I attended Mainland High School where I matriculated from.
Mm-hmm. Now, with some of the recent changes in all of our zones due to redistricting, your zone has changed a little bit. Can you tell us now a little bit about the geographic area of Zone 5?
So, some positives and negatives. So we're going to lose some places that are very dear to me. I'm going to lose Madison Heights, which is a community that I truly have grown to love, and it's been a labor of love, revitalizing the community. So we're going to lose Madison Heights, but we are going to gain all the way out. If you go down LPGA and you turn right on Clyde Morris, we're going to go all the way down to the line, right till you hit Ormond Beach. So right across from the hospital right there, all of that we're going to gain. We're going to gain some areas out going towards Williamson. The core of the zone, which is your Derbyshire area, is going to stay the same. We're going to keep suburbia and we're going to stop at Nova Road. And over by Jimmy Ann, we're going to maintain Jimmy Ann, and we're going to pick up some areas out by Tanger Outlet. So Tanger Outlet is now going to be a part of Zone 5.
Right. So it's a pretty big zone. And I think you're going to have something like, and I forget the exact number of residents, but it's somewhere around 12,000 or so that'll be in your zone now. So looking at your zone, what are some of the things in Zone 5 that still give you some concern?
Definitely growing pains. So we're having some growing pains. And then we're having some issues where Zone 5 is a homeowner's zone. So there's not a lot of area to put actual businesses here in Zone 5. With the growth, hopefully that will change. There will be some areas where we can have actual businesses in Zone 5. That's always been a challenge, not having actual businesses. I think we've had a couple stores here and there, some gas stations, but that's pretty much. But in the grand scheme of things, having actual businesses where people can come in and say, my business is in Zone 5, that's been some challenges for us. So definitely Zone 5 is one of the older zones. Now, when I grew up here in Zone 5, we were considered the Beverly Hills zone. So we were the suburbs. We were the GE homes, which were the homes that GE built for their people who worked at GE. And my mom worked at GE.
I was gonna say,
so that's how we got a GE home. And so now we've had the issue where we have those homes, they're older homes now. So helping people to maintain those homes so that they still look nice and they still shine like new, although they are not new. We have some issues with a little uptick in crime, and so we're going to be working more forcefully with the police to deal with those issues.
Okay. And so let's flip from the concerns that you had about Zone 5 to some of the positives. What has made you most proud to have been representing Zone 5 so far?
Absolutely. Just could not be prouder of this zone, considering you go from here watching this zone to a full-grown adult watching this zone. So in the core of the zone, almost every street was paved. Something that has not happened in decades. So extremely proud of that. Extremely proud of the growth in our schools. We have two elementary schools here, and they're growing tremendously. They're working hard. Their grades are improving. They've got great leadership, and being able to go in with the schools and partner with the schools, because strong schools build strong communities. So before, we didn't have as much of a relationship with our schools. It was kind of, the schools are county, so that's not our business. We don't put our nose in that. Now we know that the city has to be just as invested in the schools, because when people come to live in the community, they choose what school. That's based upon what the grade of the school is, how well the school performs. And so it is the number one deciding factor of whether a person or a family will come and move into that zone. So investing in schools, I bought book vending machines for both of the elementary schools, so the children are going to have more access to free books, and they'll be able to have access to books in a creative way. So those are two things that we're very, very proud of within the zone, as well as making sure that we work with the police department to ensure that the elderly people are taken care of in the community. So this year we did ring cameras. So elderly, and actually we changed it, and all people were able to come and get a free ring camera. That helps the police, because the police can tap into the ring cameras to see where the crime is, possibly help solve crimes. People who maybe not so much be able to afford a ring camera were afforded a free ring camera. So the ring program was a wonderful thing that we brought to Zone 5 this particular year, as well as our youth sports. Zone 5 is the biggest place for sports.
And we probably should tell the watchers and viewers that we're sitting in the Yvonne Scarlett Golden Center, which is in your zone, and it's a beautiful setting. How has this center kind of impacted both the youth and the seniors? So the Senior Oasis group meets here as well.
Total game changer.
Yeah.
Total game changer, because we were able to have our senior citizens come every Thursday. They get a nice hot meal. They get to play their games and bingo. They get to interact with other people in the community, so they get to stay engaged, keep their mind healthy, keep their minds active. And then during the daytime, they can come back and they have special events for them during the daytime. And then we have our children who are able to utilize the center, because we use it for our basketball program. So we're keeping them off the streets. We're keeping them heavily under the eye of people who want what's best for them, and they're able to be protected because they're here with our wonderful staff who does a wonderful job with ensuring the children have a nice, safe place to go and be active, be engaged, be challenged. We use it in the summertime where parents are working. The children can come in the summertime and they can have access to an affordable program for after school care and for care during the summertime while their parents work. So this community center has been, and Yvonne Scarlett was one of my mentors. So that this is here it means the world to me, and it means the world to this community.
It does.
And then it backs right up to our park. So it backs right up to the Derbyshire Park that we're working hard to improve, chipping away with projects there. And so it backs right up to that, and the two centers can actively interchange, and I really like that for the community.
And you're so right. It does make a great impact. And you're the commissioner for Zone 5, but you're also a commissioner that votes on things that impact the whole city. So let's focus on the core of the city, the heart of the city, if you will. What are your thoughts about what we can do to kind of improve that part of Daytona Beach?
We just have to continue to be visionaries. And I think this commission has been, all of them have been visionaries and committed. There has to be a commitment to improving the parts of the zone. And I think we're doing really good. We've been doing a fantastic job. Affordable housing has been at the forefront of what we need in the community. And this particular commission has been committed to affordable housing. They've been committed to not just affordable housing, but workforce housing in the heart of the zone. I mean, in the heart of the city. And so those are two things that nationwide we are struggling with politically. And so Daytona Beach is at the forefront of ensuring that affordable housing, because when people have something to call their own, they're prouder to be where they live. They'll work harder in their community. They will invest more in their community because they feel a part of the community. So we're going to continue to bring in affordable housing. We're going to continue to go and get companies that are willing to invest, bringing storefronts, because another issue that we have here in the community right now, or in Daytona Beach, is desert areas, food desert areas. So we want to continue to be forceful in making sure that we're bringing good nutrition to communities, because when we have places where people can shop and get affordable foods, we have a community that thrives physically, mentally, and healthily. And when we don't have good places for people to shop, people's health decline. We need access to good foods. We need access to fruits. We need access to vegetables. And those can't be in the more prominent areas. We have to make sure that right in the core of the city we take care of the food deserts. Our children. Obesity is an issue. Heart problems are an issue in the core of the city. And we can counter that, and we can fight that by making sure we have good, healthy grocery stores where people can shop.
You're so right. And one of the things that makes Daytona Beach, I think, unique is that we are an event city. We have lots of events that come through here every year. Oktoberfest, the races, the 500, and so many other events that come through. What are some of the challenges when your population in the city just explodes like that during the events? What are the challenges of the event season to present to our city?
Well, it does put a strain on our resources. So it puts a strain on our city resources, and that when you have to strain the city resources, you're straining the actual city, because you're straining the actual people who live in the city, because their taxes is what pays for those resources. So if we have a person that has to work, instead of working 40 hours that week, he's working 60 hours a week, that's coming out of somebody's tax money. And so that puts a strain on our resources. It puts a strain on our police department. And so our police department is set up to handle just us for the most part, for the most of the year. And then we bring in these special events, and then it puts a strain on them, because we need officers everywhere. And that pulls away from the actual city where they need to be serving in the actual community. So it does put a big strain on our resources. It takes away from our resources. It takes away from the community. It uses tax dollars for people who normally wouldn't pay tax dollars here. And that can be, you can kind of be in your feelings about that a little bit, because you're like, my tax dollars are paying for these people who only come here for 3 or 4 days. And so that can be a little bit on the problematic side. Traffic. Traffic can definitely be an issue. when you're talking about special events. And so those, I think, are our biggest issues would be traffic, resources, our police department, infrastructure, and it tears up the infrastructure. Anytime you have 50,000 people come in and they're driving on the roads, that's messing up the infrastructure. It definitely impacts the infrastructure. So those are some areas that I think that but we're a tourist town.
Right.
So they're not going anywhere. So we just have to kind of meet them where they are and continue to work to ensure that everybody is getting what they need. The citizens are getting what they need. We want the tourists to come because they bring dollars to the community. They bring dollars to the businesses. So we're going to continue to work with them.
And no matter how many times the Convention and Visitors Bureau kind of gives us a new moniker, a new name, we always go back to the fact that we are the world's most famous.
That's what
and that name will stick.
And we don't need you. We didn't send for you. We didn't send for you to change anything. We've decided who we are years ago, and we're going to stick beside it.
Now you've been commissioner long enough to see several iterations of the commission. New people have come on board. So what do you see as some of the strengths of this current commission?
Diversity. Diversity. This commission is extremely diverse. So you don't have one core group representing this commission. We have people from Africa. We have white people, we have black people, we have men, we have women, you name it, we have it on the commission. So they bring so many different ideals and so many different values, and each commission understands that each zone is different. What I may need in my zone, you may not need in zone 2. And so they understand that, but they work hard to make sure every zone, while you're mother duck, I consider myself to be mother duck of zone 5. So at the heart of it comes first, zone 5. But also I'm the commissioner for everyone in the city of Daytona Beach. And I think this commission gets it right every time when we try to make sure everyone gets what they need. I think that we get it right. This affordable housing, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of municipalities are not handling affordable housing. We get it right with our homelessness. We have a beautiful new homeless center, and we're getting it right with serving the underclass and the underprivileged. And I think that's probably where this commission shines. We care about people. So issues that are more, I call them heart issues from the heart. This commission is getting it right with issues from the heart.
You're absolutely right. And often it is said that a city has a pulse. It has a heartbeat. So what would you see as the current mood of the city of Daytona Beach?
I think it's a great mood. I think the morale is high here. We're bringing in jobs. We're bringing in jobs where people can actually afford to live in Daytona Beach. That's another key issue that municipalities all over the state and all over the country should be addressing. So when people work, they feel good. When they can go home and feed their family, they feel good. People don't want handouts. They want the opportunity to be providers for their family. They want jobs that they can be proud of. They want to be in a community where when they drive down the street, it's clean because it makes them feel good to be there. So I think the heart of the city and the pulse of the city, we're moving in the right direction right now. We're going to continue to do that.
All right. So you have a private life as a mom and as a person in this city who has just achieved so many accolades, and then you have your public life as a city commissioner. So how do you kind of balance your private life and your public life together?
That's a great question. So I've been very fortunate because I'm the third person in my family to be in the political arena. So I have good people that I can lean on. I have good people that have trained me prior to even the day before even running for this position, talked to me about how to separate the two. And I get a lot of support from my brother Patrick, who was a state representative. I get a lot of support from my brother, my brother who's the mayor, because things don't always go right. You know, life, like I tell people, life's sometimes.
Oh, yes.
Or as I say to my kids, life be lifing.
Exactly.
You know, so life's, and sometimes you can do the very best you can do as a parent, but you'll have children who won't follow your lead. And you're going to go in the newspaper. As the parent, you're going to go in the newspaper. People are going to have a lot to say. But I show myself a lot of grace.
Okay.
I show myself a lot of grace. And so that is the top way that I handle being in the limelight. I'm like, it's going to pass over. After a while, there will be something else for people to talk about, something else for people to do. Also, I work hard in the community as far as a mom. So people actually know me. They don't know me as, I don't very seldom hear people call me Commissioner Henry. Most people in the community call me Danette, which is my name, because we went to high school together. We went to middle school together. Our kids play on the same football team and the same basketball team. You know, we grew up together right here in this community. So I'm just Danette from Thunderbird Drive. And so that helps me handle my public life and handle my private life.
That's awesome. Now, we've got a lot of things going on in the ISB corridor that's coming soon. What are your thoughts about those improvements that we see coming to ISB and the beach side in general? Because there have been some issues with the Seabreeze corridor. So how are you viewing that part of the city of Daytona Beach?
Well, we have a very committed and motivated city manager. I love it. He's young, he's hip, he gets it. He understands the urban footprint. He understands what needs to happen in this community to continue to make our city greater, because we're great. But there's always room for improvement. And so we have a very committed city manager in making sure that when people first drive down that ISB corridor, that says that that's who people's first impression of Daytona Beach is. So we do have some challenges. We have some traffic challenges. We have some blight challenges. But it is not lost on our commission. It is not lost on our city manager that those are issues that he will continue to tackle along with from guidance from his city commission. So he's got some works in the plan. He's got some plan in the works.
Okay.
And day by day, it's going to happen. Day by day, you're going to see more things coming. Day by day, we're going to be working towards grants. We're going to be working towards putting some TIF dollars, tax increment dollars into making sure that place looks like, hey, this is Daytona Beach and it's a nice place to live and be. And when I first get off the highway and I come into Daytona Beach, it looks like, hey, welcome to Daytona Beach.
Yeah, because that corridor is the gateway.
It's the gateway.
From 95 right to the beach.
Right to the beach.
My grandmother used to say to me all the time that she could see way down the road. So I'm going to ask you to be my grandmother for a minute and look way down the road. What do you see for the future of Daytona Beach?
Growth. I hope that we will continue to be one of the fastest growing cities in the state of Florida. I hope that people will continue to see us as a place where they would want to live and raise their families. I hope that my children will stay here and serve this community the way I've served the community. When I'm long gone, I hope that people will come and sit in my seat and love Zone 5 the way that I have loved Zone 5 and see the potential. I hope that people will continue to offer commissioners grace as we fight the good fight, because nothing happens overnight.
Yeah.
You got to see the vision down the road and you got to chip away and work towards that vision. And so that's what I hope for Daytona Beach. I am really hoping for God's best for Daytona Beach.
All right. Well, Commissioner Henry, thank you so much for your service to the city and all that you do for the community. You've been watching this edition of Meet Your Commissioner. Commissioner Danette Henry, Zone number 5 was our guest today. But listen, I'm going to have others, so don't turn that channel. Watch each and every one of the commissioners, as well as the mayor of our city will be part of this series as well. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
This is my very first Mayor's Fitness Challenge.
My second time in participating in the Mayor's Challenge.
This is my 5th year that I've been participating in the Mayor's Challenge.
The Mayor's Fitness Challenge 2026.
She's incorporated themes every week.
I have been enjoying so much all of the different activities that we've done. I've enjoyed all the themes. I've had so much fun.
All of the classes have been sensational. They keep getting better and better.
And I just finished the yoga session, which for seniors, it's a little more challenging, but it really feels good to stretch out muscles that haven't stretched out in a long time.
See something on Facebook or my emails, I check with my teammate. I'm like, are we signing up? Are we registering? Yes, I enjoy it.
A lot of people save up for years to retire, and then they have not kept their health, and they cannot enjoy their retirement because of poor health.
But this year I had another opportunity to participate, and I said, you know what, try it. Went home, and it was the first time in 2 years I had absolutely no hip pain.
Finding this Mayor's Challenge has been another blessing for me. So I can enjoy being in Florida and retirement because I'll have a strong, healthy body.
Super cheap. Can't believe how cheap it is. I wish this lasted all year long. I would totally do it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Henry.
I urge all of you out there to come join us.
This has been a phenomenal experience for me.
Today, I'm delighted to bring you once again to another segment of Daytona Beach Television. I am your host, the Reverend Dr. L. Ronald Durham, Community Relations Manager for the City Gorgeous, Daytona Beach, Florida. Today, my guest is Commissioner Stacy Cantu, and she represents Zone Number 4. We're here at the beautiful Pelican Bay Sports Club. As a matter of fact, if you belong to an organization and you're looking for a place to meet, let me tell you, they have renovated this place and it looks awesome. Welcome to Daytona Beach Television, Commissioner. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me. I'm happy that you're here in Pelican Bay, my neighborhood.
There you go.
25 years.
Yes.
And he has done amazing with this
Facility is really awesome. It is really nice, and this is a great setting. It is hot outside, so thank you for for bringing us inside to do this segment. So let's get started. There may be people who don't know who Commissioner Stacy Cantu is, so let's get started with you telling them a little bit about yourself.
Well, I've lived in Daytona Beach over 40 years. I'm married with 5 children.
Okay.
All my children are grown, so I have the time to do this job now. All in their 30s. Actually, today, my youngest just turned 32.
Oh, congratulations.
So she was born at Halifax Hospital. I have 13 grandchildren.
Mm-hmm.
I'm come from a military family, a lot of veterans, and actually we have family members that are in active duty as of right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been very involved with the veterans in this community, and I love Daytona Beach.
Yes, you have been quite active since you lived here in Daytona Beach. I think in all of our city, sometimes there are places that you as a commissioner are particularly concerned about.
Yes.
Are there any areas of your zone that are a particular concern to you right now?
Absolutely.
That you want to really focus in on?
Absolutely is infrastructure.
Okay.
Everyone hears about LPGA. And it needs to be widened, but there's negotiations going on with the state and the county about trading out that road. The state has taken over the funds, so right now I represent the TPO, and they are in the process of the engineering and design. We had moved up the project, I believe, from 2031 to 2021, 2025, last March. We also were able to put $7 million in the right of way for that funding. And you still hear people say there's no money for construction. Well, the reason there's no money for construction, the state has to determine how much it's going to cost. So that's why you have to have the design.
Exactly.
So I'm thinking we're probably still looking at least another 3 or 4 years till we actually see something progress over there. The Dunn extension, we're going to need all those other roads, which the Dunn is a county road as well. I know I think it was actually the last commission meeting, they just funded for the design and engineering of the Dunn extension at the county level. And I know the city, state, and county are trying to work together. I know the city, we passed a project a while back called the INA, and it was allowed up to, I think, the development of 1,834 homes, which the density was lowered to 344, and they were going to pay up to the right of way. So we're all working together to try to get all this infrastructure. Another thing that's really a problem out in the LPGA area is phone cell connection. And I have been working very hard to get this cell tower, which it's in the works. Right now it's going to be at the fire station off the LPGA, and we're waiting for FAA clearance right now. But there is talk, so I know my residents are going to be happy. There's talk about having another one over there, over by the utility department over there.
Interesting. That is interesting. So let's switch gears. Those are some of the concerns, but on the positive side, what has made you kind of glad that you are the commissioner of Zone 4?
First of all, I love working and trying to get things accomplished with the residents. Sidewalks.
Okay.
I am call me the sidewalk commissioner. My first month in, I actually campaigned. I don't know if you remember over there off Klein Morris between Pine Lakes and Big Tree.
Okay.
over decades, because I used to own a house over there, and my kids, like I said, are in their 30s. That sidewalk has been missing forever. Well, I campaigned on it thinking it was a Daytona, and it was actually county.
Okay.
But I was able to accomplish to get that done within a month. And you see our bike path that's going on, that we'll work in the city with DOT. Sidewalk over there from Bayberry to Publix. They kept going back and forth for years, saying it's county, the state's county. Well, I looked into it, and Minto was supposed to pay for it, so I was able to get that sidewalk in. Grand Champion, they had missing sidewalks. I'm just like the sidewalk, and I'm working right now on sidewalks all the way down LPGA on the east side. So, and I think we got that accomplished too.
Excellent.
But sidewalks are a big thing, and veterans. One of my campaign promises was the Veteran Museum.
Yeah.
And that was something I was able to accomplish with the commission, of course, and we were able to move the Veteran Museum back to Daytona Beach. So I was very proud of that. If you ever get a chance, please go by and take a look. It's amazing.
I will. And you've done a lot of work in a very short period of time that I know you're very proud of. And you're commissioner of Zone 4. However, the entire city is under the purview of all of our commissioners and our mayor to make sure that quality of life is great throughout the city. So looking at the core of the city, when I say the core of the city, I mean the heart of the city. What do you think can be done to kind of make some improvements there?
One of the main things is our flooding in the core of the city. That is something that's very dear to me, and I kept going after our congressman. I don't know if you've read that with the mayor calls me, what did he call me, a rabid pit bull? And I know the city has been working on that for a long time, but we finally have the Army Corps coming here. But that's a problem that's very dear to me. We still need help in affordable housing, but I think our city does the greatest with affordable housing than most cities in Volusia County.
And you're absolutely right. I think affordable housing is very high on the list for all of you because it's a major concern, not just in Daytona Beach, but really across the state of Florida. Prices are really astronomical. So that's a big, big thing.
And I think it's because we have so many people moving here, and our income level wasn't like their income level. So when they come here, like, for instance, my son who lived in New York, he had a flat. He was used to paying $3,000, $3,500 for a little flat. And when you come here and you get a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom for that, that's a mansion to them. But for us, I mean, that's expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Because of our income level.
You're absolutely right.
Right.
And Daytona Beach is, we are an event town. We have the races, we have Bike Week, we have all kinds of events. So what do you see that are the challenges when it comes to, because our population can explode with some of these events when they come into town. What are some of the challenges we face with being an event city?
Well, I've been here a long time. I remember spring break back in the day and everything, and it was a little out of control, but I think we handle our events very well. Our Daytona Beach Police Department does a fantastic job. There's one thing that I would like to see different is I love Bike Week, and I don't think we have this problem every cycle in the commission about Bike Week, and I think we need to make it a little bit easier for our businesses on Main Street with the bike master plan, because a lot of these businesses have been there for a long time. I mean, one of my neighbors, he actually owns a business there, and he does the same thing every year. It should be just something same thing electronically, and we approve his. And then the ones we don't, they come back and we take a look at it. So I like to try to be more friendly to our businesses during Bike Week.
Okay. There's been some turnover since the last election with our city commission, you being one of the ones coming in, Monica Paris is another. What do you see as some of the strengths of the current commission?
Okay, I might be biased,
Okay,
But
that's okay.
I think we have a great commission. We all have different perspectives,
Mm-hmm.
but I think our strength lies in the ability to meet common ground.
Yeah.
And we are able to accomplish a lot of things
Mm-hmm.
because we have different perspectives on different things. And we listen to each other. And I actually think this commission is doing great.
Yeah. And finding common ground is really difficult sometimes. So how do you, in the heat of, I don't want to say in the heat of battle, but in the heat of discussion, how do you get to that place of pulling all of the commissioners in to finding a solution to the problem?
Well, communication.
Okay.
I mean, I think we listen to each other and almost, I would say 90% of the time we agree with each other. I mean, and we're looking out for the residents, not our personal, do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I just think we have a great commission.
It is very important to communicate. And so what challenges, if you could kind of look into your crystal ball, what challenges do you see that we face as a city in the next couple of years?
Not sounding redundant, but flooding, infrastructure, affordable housing. I mean, those are some of the main goals. I mean, I would like to see Mason Avenue. We just had a DOT meeting yesterday. After I had a meeting for phase 1, I was very vocal on that when it originally came. I was very happy to see the plans. The commission agreed. We put in phase 2 with the TPO. So because I didn't want it just to be a Band-Aid and we stop with Mason Avenue, because like I said, Mason Avenue has been the same since I was a kid. And that's one of the most dangerous and neglected roads to me in the city. And I feel like we're going in the right direction because phase 1 was absolutely great. They changed the things that my residents and myself and the commission weren't happy about. And I just want to see it to keep improving on Mason. So that's one of my, even though that's really not in my zone, but it's something that's been neglected for a while. So
You're right. And looking at our city and our surrounding towns around us, how would you describe the mood of Daytona Beach? Kind of a subjective question, but how would you describe our mood?
I think most of the residents are happy the way we're, going with the progress. I mean, maybe not always happy with all the people that are moving here. I mean, daily, where we have 1,000 people moving to Florida daily or 1,500. But otherwise, I mean, there's always going to be changes. I mean, we can't stay the way we were. I mean, and sometimes it's hard to explain to residents. A lot of these projects they see has been in the works for many, many years. And you just can't go back but we have people moving here, so we have to supply a place for them to live as well. So,
and you're quite busy.
Yes, I am.
Being a commissioner is not the only thing that you're involved in. So, how do you kind of balance the public life that you have as a commissioner with all the other private activities that go on in your life?
Well, one thing that's good about me, I'm semi-retired now. So time management, and my kids are grown. I do have 13 grandkids and a husband, but they're used to me. I've always been a workaholic. So, and they'll tell you, and I actually have a daughter that's doing the same thing, and I'm like, slow down. But I love working. I love helping people. So, and I think I manage it very well with family and working at the same time.
And you have to be a people person to be a city commissioner, because your phone's constantly ringing, somebody's texting you or emailing you, and you have to be on call almost 24 hours a day.
You're definitely on call 24 hours a day.
There's recently been a lot of improvements being planned for the ISB corridor and the beachside in general. So give us your thoughts on that part of our city here in Daytona Beach.
Okay. I represent the TPO for the city of Daytona, and I'm very excited about the East ISB corridor. I think that's going to look amazing. I think another good thing that's happening, we have the police substation that's getting ready to open up. I think they're having their grand opening in a month or two. I think that's going to help things over there. I keep saying I think, but what I would want, I would like to see more lighting. I like to see some more of the blight area cleaned up, which I think code enforcement is doing amazing. I just had a meeting over there today. But I think we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, and that is an important area because it's kind of the gateway to the beach.
Yes.
And you can't get to the beach without going down ISB in many cases.
You're absolutely right. And that's why I'm saying Mason Avenue is another gateway, even for Holly Hill.
Yeah.
So that's another important road. I'll go back to Mason, but East ISB, yes. And I think the improvement is going to be great. They just opened beaches over there. And that looks great because that was a gas station there forever.
Yep.
I mean, closed down. I'm going back, way back when ABC was over there. I don't know if you remember ABC Liquor Lounge. It burnt down.
Yes.
Vacant land.
I do remember that.
I mean, so I think with all these improvements, we're going to see big changes.
Absolutely. Did I miss anything, Commissioner, that you want to share with the residents of Daytona Beach before I get you off the air?
No, I don't think so. But thank you for having me. And
well, I want to thank you. I want to thank you because there's a lot of work that's involved with what you have to do. And that commitment and dedication means a lot to all of us who live here in Daytona Beach. And we don't always show it sometimes, but we appreciate all that you do to help the people here in our city.
Well, thank you.
You've been watching this edition of Daytona Beach Television. My guest today has been Commissioner Stacey Cantu, Zone 4, and we are in her zone filming at the beautiful Pelican Bay Sports Club. I want to thank you for viewing. Don't miss us because I've got more commissioners that are still coming, and I want you to see each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Love you guys. Bye-bye.
Daytona, how are you? We're so glad that you can come out and join us at Daytona Beach Community Tennis Association Incorporated. I'm Mary McCoy.
And I'm Jerome McCoy.
And we have a program that is run strictly on volunteers. And we are so happy to have all our volunteers that are here with us and all the young people that are here. We do an amazing job of making sure that they get that ground rules tennis. If they don't know anything about tennis, they will when they leave here. And if they desire to go a little further, they can. And it's just an amazing piece that we do out here, and I'm just proud to be a part of it.
So am I. I enjoy helping my wife. We're giving back to the community, and that's the best thing that we can offer. Always giving back. We love it.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, now I would love for you to go and meet some of our wonderful volunteers, coaches, and parents.
Toodles. My name is Rashida Ward. My children, Melly and Michael Ward, attend the program. I appreciate the organization. It helps the children to realize and to get engaged with the talent that they have. The coaches are very kind and patient and loving towards all the children. I'm grateful to have found it, and yeah, I'm very glad.
This is Jack Spencer, a native of Daytona Beach. I've been coaching tennis for going on 35 years. To me, it's an honor and a privilege to be a part of this program, watching these kids mature. If you notice, a lot of the coaches came through some of the former programs, and that's a great thing to see them giving back to the community. So some of these kids are going to be in that same spot. They're going to play the game. They're going to give back to kids in the future. But seeing Miss McCoy, Coach McCoy, and all the others that are dedicating time for this program really does my heart a great deal, because being in programs like this for kids and seeing other people wanting to do it is a big deal and says a lot for this community and for this city, Daytona Beach. So we appreciate what they're doing. Anybody want to learn the game, come out and see us at Derbyshire at any time, 5:30 on Tuesdays. Thank you.
Hi, Teresa McMillan Ward here, and I'm a volunteer with Derbyshire Community Tennis, and it's an awesome program. Kids enjoy playing, learning to play, watching others play, and it's such a great thing to come out and watch. So we encourage the whole community to come and see what good things are going on here at Derbyshire.
My name is Darian, and I've been playing tennis for 2 years. I like tennis because it's fun. I get to hit the ball, I get to serve, I get to play against other teams, and I like playing with my friends.
My name is Melody, and I've been playing it for 1.5 years, and I like it because you get to learn many new things about it and how to play. And you get to have fun too.
How you doing? My name is Andrew Powell. I work with the Parks and Recreation Department. Just a few words about Mary and Jerome and their team out here for the tennis program. I've been working with them for, I think, since 2011 is when I started with them. So have a blast with them. Great people. I love how they give their free time to come out here and work with the youth. Tennis is a great sport. I know football and basketball is king around here, but tennis is a great sport. So it's awesome to see these kids out here run around playing and being active too. So I hope they continue to do this. They've been doing this for even longer than since I met them and everything too. And hopefully they can keep doing this great program here at Derbyshire Park.
Hey guys, my name is Lisa Wade, and my daughter Zoe's been first year here at this academy. She really loves it. I love it because it's keeping her active, busy. It's allowing her to learn sportsmanship, dedication, and team support. So I hope this keeps on thriving so we can keep coming year after year. We're looking forward to the first tournaments coming soon.
Hello, my name's Simone, and this is my daughter,
Shamaya.
And we're so excited to be a part of this program. It was a blessing. I was scrolling on Facebook and I saw the ad about this amazing program, and it was perfect because I wanted to expose my daughters to tennis. And these coaches have been so amazing, teaching them the fundamentals, teamwork, and also just being such great encouragement. Say, Maya, do you want to share anything?
Last week I almost quit because I felt like I couldn't play tennis, but Miss McCoy, the head coach, encouraged me to keep doing it. And she's really nice and kind to other students too.
Yes, so I'm so thankful for that, especially me being a mom and wanting to jump in, and just to see that she jumped in right away and was not only a coach but a mentor. I just really appreciate it, and we're thankful to be here.
All right, Coach Rod Anthony. I've been playing tennis at Derbyshire Park since I was 12 years old. This all started with Johnny Van Session back in the day. That was our coach. And we just continue the legacy with the wonderful McCoy family and, just helping community tennis,
My name is Micah. I love the program. I have good coaches and they are encouraging to me. And I just want to give them a big volley because they are encouraging to all their students and they won't give up on you if it's your first time. I've been here for 2 years and I just love it here.
My name is Noel. I'm 8 years old and I like tennis because we don't only get to practice, but we do also get to play other teams from different tennis teams.
Hello, my name is Natasha Frazier. I am a coach here at Derbyshire Park. When I was 8 years old, I started out at Derbyshire with Coach Van Session, and I enjoyed it so much I kept it through life. I did go to college at AAMU. Sadly, I did not graduate, but I still got a tennis scholarship. I played recreationally after college, and I also did USTA. I officiated tennis matches. I even played in a semi-pro tournament thanks to working at the tennis center, thank you, Tom Kelly. And also, tennis is an enjoyable sport. It's strategic with your mind, and it's also healthy as running for all ages. From 6 to 65, we always encourage you to play tennis. Tennis is a lifelong sport that I hope everyone can join and play. The Derbyshire tennis program here is perfect to start your young ones off for the fundamentals and then to keep them going and doing something throughout the week. We thank you for allowing your kids to come here and play and to enjoy themselves in our community. Thank you.
It is sad but true that for years, some people have been using storm drains to dispose of their wastes. A lot of people still don't know that storm sewer systems aren't like sanitary sewers. Sanitary sewers take waste from bathrooms and kitchens and clean them up. Storm sewers, on the other hand, do not treat or clean up anything passing through them. Storm sewers are just pipes and ditches designed to channel clean stormwater runoff away from urbanized areas. One of the responsibilities of municipalities that operate storm sewer systems is to prevent what the EPA calls illicit discharges. Illicit discharges are any discharges of non-storm water into or through the storm sewer. Many of us see one of the most common sources of illicit discharges every day: trash that didn't quite make it into an outdoor dumpster or trash can. These wastes are easily washed into the nearest storm drain inlet by the next storm. You may have seen or heard about other bad practices, like dumping used motor oil, engine coolant, or cigarette butts onto the street or down the storm drain. Like cleaning floor mats, filters, paintbrushes, screens, mops, or other items outdoors. Like using a storm drain to dispose of unwanted fertilizers, pesticides, pet wastes, or car ashtrays. Is just like dumping these wastes right into the nearest stream or river. Report any obvious or suspicious discharges to your local stormwater authority. The information you provide can directly and quickly eliminate a major source of surface water pollution. Call your local public works or engineering department, or just call the main number for your city, town, or county and ask who's responsible for stormwater. Are you ready to help?
This is my very first Mayor's Fitness Challenge.
My second time in participating in the Mayor's Challenge.
This is my 5th year that I've been participating in the Mayor's Challenge.
The Mayor's Fitness Challenge 2026.
She's incorporated themes every week.
I have been enjoying so much all of the different activities that we've done. I've enjoyed all the themes. I've had so much fun.
All of the classes have been sensational. They keep getting better and better.
And I just finished the yoga session, which for seniors, it's a little more challenging, but it really feels good to stretch out muscles that haven't stretched out in a long time.
See something on Facebook or my emails, I check with my teammate. I'm like, are we signing up? Are we registering? Yes, I enjoy it.
A lot of people save up for years to retire, and then they have not kept their health, and they cannot enjoy their retirement because of poor health.
But this year I had another opportunity to participate, and I said, you know what, try it. Went home, and it was the first time in 2 years I had absolutely no hip pain.
Finding this Mayor's Challenge has been another blessing for me. So I can enjoy being in Florida and retirement because I'll have a strong, healthy body.
Super cheap. Can't believe how cheap it is. I wish this lasted all year long. I would totally do it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Henry.
I urge all of you out there to come join us.
This has been a phenomenal experience for me.
Today, I'm delighted to have you with us on Daytona Beach Television. My guest today is the Honorable Commissioner Juanita May. She is the Commissioner for Zone Number 3, and you are tuned in to meet your Commissioner. Welcome to Daytona Beach Television, Commissioner. How are you today?
I am actually, I usually start off by saying I am and just sort of leave it at that point. And Daytona Beach, welcome, and thank you. This is always me. You'll always see me doing that. Thank you for having me.
Well, there may be some new person who just moved to town who doesn't know who Commissioner Juanita May is. So tell them who listening, and they have to be brand new.
Oh boy!
Yesterday to the city. So tell everybody who Commissioner Juanita May is.
All right. So I'm a Daytona Beach resident of approximately 18 plus years. I have a business down here. I've lived in Volusia County for quite a while. My business in health and fitness. That's where I started off, and then I was also and still am professional ballroom and Latin dance coach. So if there's music, I'm generally dancing with clients, which I completely enjoy. I like taking them places. And then I'm also a marriage and family therapist, and currently I'm in the first portion of my PhD in clinical sexology.
Oh my goodness. Well, you are well-rounded for sure. So as you look at, let's get to your zone, because you're Commissioner of Zone Number 3. As you look at that zone in particular, what are some of the things that are particularly concerning to you about the zone?
So I will tell you that safety is my number one concern, and the reason is we have an uptick of homeless. It's seasonal for us as well. We're having some concerns with it throughout Daytona Beach. In fact, throughout the United States, we are having concern. It's how to deal with this in a kind fashion that both respects the resident and maintains the rights of the individual. That is an interesting little balance that you have to strike. I'm seeing speeding happen. I know we're a tourist community, and so people are having a good time, but we should have some respect, and should is a guilt term. It's a therapist to me coming out. I would like for people, my hope is that people would have some respect for the environments that they enter into. So obviously if you're watching this, you're interested in Daytona Beach, you love your city, and you want things to improve, and we're all on the same page when it comes to that.
And we're going to get back to the fact that we're a tourist town in a minute. But one of the things, let's go to the positive side. We talked about some of the negatives, but on the positive side, what makes you proud to be the Commissioner for Zone Number 3?
We have great parks. And let me tell you what, we have invested some serious dollars into parks. Two-piece, parks and people. Parks and people, right? And I say parks because in my zone, I'll speak for my zone, I picked up the Dickerson Center and newly renovated, so thank you so much, Daytona Beach. And then I also have the Esplanade, and that is a huge endeavor. Everybody is welcome to come to that park. We're going to have great splash pads, fantastic spot, good walking, safe walking, great security there, and it's over a mile long, so it's wonderful. And then also on beachside in my zone, I have Lenox Park, and that's a nice dog park that people don't actually know about. Dog park, it has a basketball court there, children's playground, so I've got some nice parks. But Daytona Beach as a whole, we've really tried to create pocket parks and improve those facilities as well as our community centers, right? So Dickerson Center is fantastic. With regard to people, we have programs like Fun on the Run, which I think is brilliant. I'll be honest with you. If you cannot come to our facility, we will bring the fun entertainment to you in your community. Fantastic programs. So we're doing a lot for the youth in our community, not just sports. I'm academically minded, so consequently, I quite enjoy the fact that the Commission provides dollars and cents to different groups who come to us in the hope that they're going to provide mentorship and scholarship programs and ongoing education. Mayor has a great literacy program. I support that program. Anything academic will help the mind. You'll learn more emotions. And that's where I want people to go. What I'm really particularly enjoying about all of our parks right now is that, again, I like music and I like dancing. So I know Cypress Park has music and they have dancing there. I would very much like to see something like that take place at Dickerson Center. And I've always been a proponent of the phrase Newtown. I'll just say it on air. Let's just take a risk together. Let's just risk together.
There you go.
Right? So I like the phrase Newtown. I would like for Newtown to also have distinctive events. I would very much like to try to do some movie nights. I'm already planning some of that now. I'd like to see some food truck events happen also in the Newtown area. Not everybody has the privilege of having a vehicle that they can get over to the other side of town, to the Cherry Center, which is a great center, by the way. But I'd like to bring some of those things here, like we bring Fun on the Run. I'd like to bring them to the people and make it more of a community. You can walk there. I love walkability, safe walkability.
There you go. And as the commissioner, your zone is zone number 3, but you're representing the entire city in essence, and many times you are making decisions that affect not just your zone, but other places throughout Daytona Beach. And with that being said, the core of our city, the heartbeat of our city, I believe is our Midtown area. What can you do, because there have been some challenges in Midtown, so what can we do to improve that heartbeat of the city?
So we're doing it right now, right? It's been a constant process of transformation. So Daisy Stocking Park right now is under construction. So there's a concept, right? There's a concept that says that when my environment is beautiful, it's called an aesthetic intimacy. If I'm looking at things that are pretty and appealing, it makes me feel good as a person. If my parks look good, if my community looks well lit, if my environment in general looks clean and well contained, I feel better. And when I feel better, I can do more. I feel motivated to do more. So right now the goal seems to be in Midtown, that's what we're working toward, is improving the general aesthetic of Midtown. But you cannot just do that. A building alone that's painted doesn't quite work, right? You also have to work on the people. And what that means to me is not just provide services that are good, that are above and beyond, which we attempt to do in Daytona Beach, and I believe we succeed. It's to work with what is going on in the lives of the people. And in some parts of our area, it is something as simple as I cannot get to work, the bus doesn't stop here. It's something as simple as my kids don't have enough for lunch or dinner. They go to school, but when they come back, I don't know what they're going to eat. And all of these things together collectively, and this is not just in Midtown. So we have communities that are predominantly white, predominantly black, Asian, Russian. We have so many people in our area, everybody's experiencing it. So from a sense of nutritional safety, from a sense of having adequate supplies so you can take care of your family, all of these impact your environment, right? So every part of the city is starting in a different place. For some parts of the city, it's, oh my gosh, we have a lot, we have a Publix, we have a bridge, we have shopping centers, but we have too many people, and our cars cannot actually make it over bridges because there's too many people, right? In other places, no, there's too much speeding. In other places, too much strangers, we have tourism, how do we manage that, right? So every city, every part of Daytona Beach is so unique that you cannot just say it's one thing, and just because I'm improving a park in one part doesn't mean the park needs to be improved in another part. They might need something else. Everybody in the city has a different need.
You're absolutely right. And so let's get back and segue to the fact that you mentioned that we are an event city. Daytona Beach is we have many events that come in throughout the year, Bike Week and Daytona 500 and many others, and that explodes the population of our
doubles
city.
It doubles it.
And we become sometimes one of the bigger cities in the whole state when these events.
Do you like
happening.
it when that happens?
It is. It's a great thing. So what are some of the challenges that you see that are associated with this huge influx of people that come into the city for a week at a time and sometimes even longer?
So I always have to remind people, part of our city is on a peninsula. So imagine having all these people wanting to come and visit the world's most famous beach, and they all want to see it at least once. So imagine if they all came over the bridge at the same time. How do we manage that? There's only so many people we can fit on the island. There's only so many side streets to get there, right? So on the one hand, I'm balancing residential people who don't like others cutting through, totally understandable. People trying to find different routes to the beach or trying to find different routes to the highway and going through residential communities. So that's when I say safety and speeding, patrolling those areas, super important. With events, and people don't like to speak about uncomfortable matters, but sometimes we have to get accustomed to being a little uncomfortable, right? When we're an event city, as with all major cities that hold events, you're going to have an influx of people who are just transient. So that number goes up. And with that number going up, we have more anxiety among residents because they see it. So it's a combination of things, right? But on the positive, let's go positive. I like strengths. Huge economic impact. People are spending money. The shops are doing well, and sometimes people say it's not about business, and it's not, but those same businesses, they also contribute back into the community when the events leave. They're the ones supporting our city events, supporting our nonprofits. We have different scholarship funds, different outdoor events that take place throughout the city, and it's those same businesses that will then go ahead and support those businesses.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you said you like strengths. You've been commissioner now long enough to see several iterations of the city commission. What do you see as the strength of this current commission that we have?
They know their residents.
Okay.
They know exactly what their residents want. And they're willing to say, and this is what our residents want. We cannot all get what we want at a commission at the same time unless it's a common goal. If it's a unique goal to my particular community, it may not impact the others. Right? So there's a function of a group vote, and that generally is something that's going to affect all of us. And then there's things that I need specifically in Zone 3 that are unique to Zone 3 that I have to hope that my colleagues say, okay, it's impacting them. Yes, that could potentially happen to me too. Let's go ahead and go down that road. That's the hope. So each of us know the people in our zone well. We know what our zones have done over a period of time, and that's interesting.
Yeah. So I want you to look into your crystal ball and tell me what you see for the city of Daytona Beach as we move into the future. Are there challenges that we face? Are there things that you would like to see happen?
It's called solution focus. Look into my crystal ball and tell me what you would want, right? So here we go. I would very much like to see the universities involve themselves in the year-round, when they're in session, activities of Daytona Beach. Because there's a population of people there who could use restaurants, who could have their own events, who could still use all of our facilities and mill around the city. I would like to see more of that. I'd like to see a demographic start to come up that's maybe in their mid-30s, because so far we've done a lot of people over the age of 65. We've done a great job. They're very happy. But we've got to start thinking again a little bit more, and then they're going to stay. What's the next generation that's going to stay here? So I want to kind of get working on the universities. I've actually picked up Emory-Riddle. And so I'm quite happy with that. I'm looking forward to that. And then I've also picked up Campbell and Turie T. Never had them before. I was involved with them, but I never had them in my zone. So I'm quite intrigued to work with them. I've already created partnerships where the electric vehicle, you'd like this, the electric vehicle team from Emory-Riddle, I think it was last summer, went to Campbell. And they spoke with the kids. They've been going all through the schools and just showing them this is an electric car. And I thought that was great, connecting them that way. So I'd like to do more of that sort of community connection. But in general, I want the students, Bethune-Cookman, Daytona State, Emory-Riddle, we have Kaiser, we have Palmer, all of these schools, they're younger. I'd like them to start having more events geared to them.
And so I'm going to jump off of my notes because you touched on something that's intrigued me. We're known as the world's most famous beach, but what I don't think a lot of people across the country know is that we are a college town. We have a lot of colleges and universities, and that's a lot of brain power. So how can we kind of harness some of them to stay here? At the end, they matriculate, and some of them go other places across the country. How do we keep that brain power in Daytona Beach?
Okay, so, we have different groups. We have Team Volusia, and Team Volusia is a conglomerate of businesses, department heads, but people who are in all aspects in Daytona Beach. And they go out and they find different corporations to bring to Daytona Beach to start businesses there. I think they're a great avenue. They have the ability to reach and bring mega corporations here that will allow the young people to stay. But here's the question, transitional life cycle, right? Do people really stay here when they graduate?
And that's the challenge,
Right? So we're actually getting young people who are coming here from other places. It's their transition from, let's say, Indiana. That's who we're getting. And the people who are here naturally are going to want to do what? Leave home. They're supposed to do that. But we're also attracting the families from other cities here. So it's a bit of an exchange, right? We're not always losing, we're gaining as well. And so if their life experience, their day-to-day, they have a nice apartment, right? We're building apartments on Beach Street area. We're building affordable apartments as well, which we can talk about affordability. We're building. we're trying to bring these products, your mixed-use houses, right? Market rate, some not market rate, all over the city. That is, we need to be able to provide that. And that is a huge challenge, not just in Daytona Beach. I was just in a meeting with about 12 to 15 other elected officials from across Florida. We were dealing with affordable housing issues. And it's a challenge for everybody. But we're ahead, meaning we're actually doing quite a bit right now to entice people to stay. I mean, wouldn't you like to stay someplace that you're thinking, I can actually save some money?
Absolutely.
Daytona Beach has that. As long as you like the outdoors, right? So if you like parks, if you like the ocean, if you like a little bit of serenity, and then when the people leave from the events, you have calm and quiet, it's a nice mix. And it's not in a big city, it's in a smaller environment. So it's kind of interesting. You get to choose what you want to engage in. And you have quiet time. If this was a big city that was 24 hours all year long, for many people that would be very stressful.
Oh, absolutely.
So we get breaks.
Yep. Now, as a therapist, you deal with people's moods. I mean that the nice way.
My favorite topic.
you deal with moods. So what would you say is the current mood of Daytona Beach? Where are we as a city?
So I think that when I first ran for office, I would walk around the areas, and my therapy self was picking up depression. And I was trying to put my finger on what is the depression about. I would speak to different people all over. There was a sense of we're not getting what we want. We want certain things, but we're not getting what we want. For some people, it was just a sense of, and when you ask people, generally, say to somebody, what do you want? They can't tell you. But if you ask them, what don't you like? They can tell you. But to build a vision for a city, we have to have an idea of what we actually want to accomplish. So I think that what's happened over the past 2 years would be that we're doing things that are extremely visible. So if I do something that improves your life, but you don't actually see it, but it is improving your life incrementally every day, but you don't see it, does it count? But if I build something, you see it. If I paint something, you see it. It feels as though we're in the process of showing, right? We're saying, okay, take a look at this. We're giving you parks. We're giving you better services, right? We're improving things that actually touch your life. That's how I'm seeing it right now. I'm feeling, is it optimism or it's cautious? It's cautious optimism. How's that?
Okay.
It's cautious optimism. It's wait and see, show me, right?
Yeah. There's two sides to Commissioner Juanita May. You have your private life, which involves your work as a therapist. You're attaining your PhD.
That's pretty public. I mean, that's something you have to profess. It's pretty public.
And then you have your public life as a commissioner,
which is more reserved.
So, and that's the question: how do you balance the private life of Juanita May and the public life of Juanita May?
What I've learned over the course of 6 years so far, has it been 6 years, 5 years so far, 5 years, has been that there's very little divide at times. There's very little divide at times. And that makes it very, very challenging. And so, there's I'm going to just say, there's the luxury of having a lot of family members around that afford you a level of protection, let's say, in the community with conversations and whatnot. I don't have that luxury. I have me. And so when I walk into a room, I have to walk in with me. But I did that intentionally. So when I first ran for office, I realized that it's a slippery slope. People will say things, they will do things, but I still encourage you to run for office. If you can stand alone and stand strong, run for office. We need people like you. So you have to be able to do that, and I could not put other people in that position. I didn't want to bring other people with me into that, because if you're going to say something, it's going to be about me. It's not going to affect the people that I know and love, etc. So that's been the interesting part of the personal and the public. And oftentimes the population, they don't actually see the difference. They just put it all together. So that means, given that's the game we're playing, when I enter in as politician and therapist. I assess. I'm like, what's going on here? What are we really talking about here? So when you're having a conversation with me, I'm going to say it truthfully to the camera, it'll be a conversation of truth. We will be truthful with each other. People need a space. Otherwise, everything becomes pathological.
Yeah, so true. We have a mainland and we have a beach side.
Yes.
One of the gateways that gets us to the beach side is the EISB corridor. We're hoping for some improvements to that area of town. Give me your thoughts on that corridor.
Long time coming, right? So I remember, I had a mild something or other when they told me that to redo the corners, just to landscape it temporarily, was going to cost quite a few thousands of dollars as placeholders for the street renovation. I'm glad it's coming. It's a combination of many different agencies over a long time, and we are not the only city vying for dollars. There are 16 other cities in Volusia County. They all have issues, and we all are trying to get to the best position to improve. So we're always competing for those scarce resources. I'm happy it's coming. It's going to be an inconvenience, but before transformation can take place, sometimes there's some agitation, a little disruption has to happen. We get a bit uncomfortable, and then we see a change. So hopefully everybody can work together and kind of weather the storm. Weather the storm. I threw you one.
You did. You did. Well, Commissioner May, thank you so much for being with us today, and I hope you enjoyed the interview as much as I did.
I always enjoy chatting with you, and I much prefer interviews that can be honest and truthful, and we can actually get to know the person. I'm always a very willing ear. I'm a great listener.
Well, thank you for the sacrifice you make on behalf of the residents of Daytona Beach. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
You've been watching this segment of Meet Your Commissioner with Juanita May, Zone 3. Hope you enjoyed this segment. Keep watching. We got more stuff coming. Love you. Bye-bye.
my God.
Switch.
Hello, everybody. This is Daytona Beach Television, and I am your host, the Reverend Dr. L. Ronald Durham, Community Relations Manager for the City Gorgeous, Daytona Beach, Florida. I am delighted that you are tuned in to the television broadcast today, and this segment is the Meet Your Commissioner segment. And today I am honored and delighted to have as my guest the Commissioner for Zone Number 1, Monica Paris. Welcome to Daytona Beach Radio,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
I'm excited to be here.
I am so excited to have you, and we are in a beautiful setting.
We are.
Here it's at the Pendleton Club, right on the water.
Right on the river, which is now, after redistricting, is part of Zone 1. And I'm glad that you're here with us and looking forward to doing the interview.
Well, let's get started.
Okay.
There may be some people out there who don't know who Monica Paris is. I find that hard to believe, but it's possible. So why don't you share with the listeners a little bit about your background?
Okay, well, I was born in Italy. When I was 2, my parents came to the United States. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. I got my bachelor's in business management and financing. Worked in a family business. We had a check cashing. And then I graduated into wholesale furniture sales and operations, which I spent almost 20 years. I have a love of manufacturing and design. And then in 2016, I decided to make a change, and I came to Florida, and here I am in the beautiful city of Daytona Beach.
And it is a beautiful city. And as I said earlier, the setting that we're in here at the Pendleton Club is just fantastic. It's a great place to be. And for people who've never been down here to see it, they might want to just take a ride by, because this is a great part of your zone. So let's get started with your zone. You are Zone 1, and you mentioned redistricting is going to be taking place. So give the listeners a little bit of a visual of the geographic boundaries, if you will, for Zone 1.
So Zone 1 is the southernmost part of Daytona Beach. On beach side, it borders Daytona Beach Shores to Silver Beach Avenue. Mm-hmm. And then on the mainland, it's from Shady Place to Bevel, from Beach to a little bit past Clyde Morris after redistricting.
So that's a pretty good area.
Yes, it's one of the highest populated, dense areas in the city of Daytona Beach. It's mostly residents in a small area.
And since you've become Commissioner of Zone 1, a lot has taken place, a lot has gone on. So give us a sense of what some of your priorities are for the zone that you represent.
Well, the priorities are, one is safety. I think that's really important. Our chief of police is doing a great job right now with retention. We should be up to numbers by the graduating class in November. And he knows that he has a support of Zone 1. Anything he needs, I'm there to help. And the residents are also very thankful because it is a national problem that we're having recruiting. So that's one thing. The second thing is flooding. So now that the Army Corps of Engineers is involved, working with them to see what needs to be done to help with the flooding that's been happening in Zone 1, Zone 3, a lot of zones. We keep on having a lot of storms. And also working with the residents to let them know that we are listening and working in collaboration with the residents and the staff, because the residents are the eyes and the ears of the city where we can't see. And I hope to be that intermediate middleman to let the city know what the residents need done.
And before we began the segment, you said something that was really interesting and it piqued my attention.
Sure.
You said, I'm in politics, but I'm not a politician.
Yes.
So, and that was fascinating. So, and that's a great take. So give me a sense of what you're most proud of being the commissioner for Zone Number 1.
I really have to say the residents. There's so much concern from them, participation, communications. They really want to be part of the change in Daytona. That saying, be the change you want to see. And I see that they're willing and able to help. And that's really good because we need involvement. It's about community. And one thing that I noticed when I was campaigning, I thought I was just lucky that I had such great neighbors. But when I went to different pockets of Zone 1, everyone had their little groups and they were all ready to help one another. And anything that they needed, they were there for each other. And they chose to live here, which is great. It's like, I came to Daytona Beach. I love it here. The people are great and the city is great. So that's what I'm proud of, really, the residents and the people here.
And, that's remarkable that you said that, because like you, I chose to live here in Florida. And I think that makes a big difference. Native Floridians, they have a sense of pride about the fact that they were born here. But for you and I, this is a place that we chose to come, and we chose to be part of this community and try to help the community to be better. And I think that goes a long way. So what are your thoughts about the core of the city of Daytona Beach? When I say the core, you're the commissioner for Zone 1, but you make decisions that affect the whole city. So kind of what are your thoughts about how we can maybe improve the core of the city, the heart of the city?
So same thing when I was campaigning, I asked a woman, I said, what do you want to see in Daytona Beach? And she's like, well, I'm not in your zone. I can't vote for you. And I said, well, that's okay. I still vote for the city as a whole. We want to see the best for the city, and what do the residents want to see? I think that's very important because we all live here and we all want to be part of it. So what do you want to see? The core, I think, just needs a little help with more development. But the city is doing a lot with a lot of rec centers, repaving of streets, new lighting. We just need to get the private sector a little bit more involved. And also, which I love that the city is doing, is that we have provided vacant lots that the city owned to organizations that will build single family homes so people could have home ownership, which I think that is so important, to be able to own your own home, have it generational, and be part of the community. Yeah.
And one of the things that I think makes Daytona Beach so unique is that we are an event-driven city. We have Bike Week, we have Biketoberfest, we have the truck races, Daytona 500, and the list goes on. So what do you see as being an event city that is really challenging for us?
Well, we're still doing a lot of policing with the budget of a regular city, but not an event city. And we have millions of visitors that come a year, and I do think they do a great job. So that's one of the challenges, to do the best you can with the money that you have, and being good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars too, which is important.
It really is. And you're right. We become one of the largest cities in the state of Florida when we have some of these major events that come into town. As a new commissioner, what do you see as some of the strengths of this current commission that you've been part of now for quite a while?
I feel everyone is faith driven, and they're all go-getters, and they want to see the best possible changes, and they work hard until they get it, which I really am happy that I could be part of now.
Mm-hmm. And what do you see ahead for the city? If you could look into a crystal ball and just look maybe 10, 15 years down the road, what do you see as happening here in the city of Daytona Beach?
Well, I think the purpose of government is to keep its residents safe, to make sure that the infrastructure is running smoothly in place, lighting, safety. That's important. So I hope that we graduate to a point that our infrastructure and everything matches who we are as a city.
Mm. And we've had some challenges recently, particularly on the Seabreeze Boulevard corridor there. What do you see as the mood of the city? Because you talked a little bit about the police department and their challenges. So what do you see as the overall mood of our city right now?
I think we're in an upswing of things, even with the events that have happened on Seabreeze. Like I said, I think it's also important that business owners get involved in protecting the patrons. It's not only the job of the city and the police department to make sure people are safe. If someone is coming to your establishment, that should be one of your priorities as well. But we have been working with the business owners to make sure that their staff is trained. The city is opening a new substation on Grandview off of Seabreeze. A big thing too, we have a lot of neighborhood groups that volunteer a lot of their time to do things, to provide suggestions, and that's very important. It's not like they're just telling us where the problems are. They're providing us with suggestions. And I know that the mayor has a beachside committee that works with different ideas that we could implement as a city too, which I think is really good to have.
It is. How important is it for the businesses to kind of work with the city to improve our safety throughout the area?
I think it's very important. Like I said, I really believe that the business owners have to take more responsibility to make sure that their patrons are being safe. You know?
Yeah.
We're there just in case of emergency, you know?
Yeah. So tell us how you balance your work as a city commissioner, and you're very involved in other things outside of...
I don't know if I do.
So tell us how you balance that public and private life as a commissioner.
Well, being part of the community is very important. So to me, I guess when you love what you do, it's not work. So I try to do a lot that I'm out in the community seeing what people want. And talking to people and relationships, and just, I've met so many great people. I can't even tell you how many people I've met since I've done this. And it's refreshing because, you know, with all the craziness going on in the world, the people I've met here, you know, are, they feel positive that the change is going to be for the better. And they're willing to work to help make that happen.
And that is amazing, because contrary, I think, to public opinion sometimes, residents really do want to see their communities improve. They want to see their communities safe, and they want to work with city commissioners to get whatever those issues are addressed in their own communities. Do you find that to be the case?
I do. What I think is really important, when I go to speaking events, I make it a point to tell people, find out who your city commissioner is, give them a phone call, ask to meet with them, because they're willing to. I think that works better than just sending an email, because, you know, you're so inundated with different emails and they just come flooding in. But if there's a voice behind that person that wants to speak to their city commissioners, 95% of the time, you know, they're going to be able to talk to you and listen to you and see how they could help, because that's what I think we're here for, is to help.
Yeah. And recently, there's been a lot of the newspapers have been reporting on some of the improvements that are coming to the ISB East Corridor. So give us your thoughts on these improvements that we hope to be happening real soon, and how you think that's going to improve that whole aesthetic there.
Well, it is a major thoroughfare. When you go over that bridge, you enter the world's most famous beach. Exactly. And I have to say, one of the best parts of my day is when I go over these bridges that bring you to beachside, because you do see our beautiful bridge. So since that is a state road, which I learned there is state, city, county roads. So please forgive us if we don't get to your requests soon enough, because, there's other agencies we might have to contact. But I hope it does happen quickly. I did hear that it was a long time in the making of this. So I just hope, with all of the need for infrastructure, since Florida is getting so busy, that the funds will come in and it'll be done quicker.
Absolutely. Well, Commissioner, is there anything that I missed that you want to share with your constituents who are watching you right now?
Well, if you don't know, I do love Daytona Beach. Hashtag Daytona, love Daytona Beach. It really is the best city, and I can't wait to see where we'll be in another 10 years or so.
You've been watching this edition of Daytona Beach Television. Meet your commissioner. And your commissioner that you met today is Commissioner Monica Parrish. She's the commissioner for Zone 1, doing a fantastic job. And we're going to have other commissioners coming. So listen, keep that television station right on channel 490, because you're going to see all of the commissioners and the mayor coming on this station. We love you. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
It is sad but true that for years, some people have been using storm drains to dispose of their wastes. A lot of people still don't know that storm sewer systems aren't like sanitary sewers. Sanitary sewers take waste from bathrooms and kitchens and clean them up. Storm sewers, on the other hand, do not treat or clean up anything passing through them. Storm sewers are just pipes and ditches designed to channel clean stormwater runoff away from urbanized areas. One of the responsibilities of municipalities that operate storm sewer systems is to prevent what the EPA calls illicit discharges. Illicit discharges are any discharges of non-stormwater into or through the storm sewer. Many of us see one of the most common sources of illicit discharges every day: trash that didn't quite make it into an outdoor dumpster or trash can. These wastes are easily washed into the nearest storm drain inlet by the next storm. You may have seen or heard about other bad practices, like dumping used motor oil, engine coolant, or cigarette butts onto the street or down the storm drain. Like cleaning floor mats, filters, paintbrushes, screens, mops, or other items outdoors. Like using a storm drain to dispose of unwanted fertilizers, pesticides, pet wastes, or car ashtrays. Is just like dumping these wastes right into the nearest stream or river. Report any obvious or suspicious discharges to your local stormwater authority. The information you provide can directly and quickly eliminate a major source of surface water pollution. Call your local public works or engineering department, or just call the main number for your city, town, or county and ask who's responsible for stormwater. Are you ready to help?
Welcome to this edition of Daytona Beach Television. This is a segment called Meet Your Commissioner. I am your host, the Reverend Dr. L. Ronald Durham. I'm delighted today to have the Commissioner for Zone 2, Mr. Ken Strickland, as our guest here on the program today. Welcome to Meet Your Commissioner, Mr. Strickland. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well.
It is so good to have you on the program, and we're in a beautiful setting here in Collins Park, and a lot of work has been done in the last few months.
Oh yes, there's been a lot of work done here, new sidewalks, and we have the new dog park over there with the watering station for the dogs, and it has plenty of shade. It's probably one of the nicest small parks we have in the city.
It really is. And you're really one of our newer commissioners, so to speak, although you've been there for a little bit. But tell us a little bit about yourself. There may be listeners out there who don't know much about Mr. Ken Strickland.
Well, Ken Strickland has lived in the area since 1990 and just been a community activist, really. Going to all the city meetings, paying attention to what's going on in our city, and seeing how sometimes things have been, in my opinion, mismanaged. We don't have that problem now. We have a great commission. We have a great mayor. We have a really, really, really good city manager. And I think we're turning things around. I mean, we don't all always agree on everything. And I think that's good, because I remember for years it was a 7-0 vote for everything. So, some of us question different things, but we compromise and move on. And I think we have a really good mayor and commission right now.
You're absolutely right. And you're so right. You were active before you were a commissioner. I think that's where I first met you, was at a city commission meeting. You were concerned about the city and wanted to see some of the changes that we're now seeing since you've been commissioner. So let's talk about your zone a little bit, because in Zone 2, there are some challenges, particularly as it relates to the Seabreeze corridor. What are your thoughts as it relates to Seabreeze Boulevard?
We've got to get Seabreeze Boulevard under control. There's a lot of nightlife, night activity over there, and at closing time, something happens to people, and it just gets out of hand in the blink of an eye. So we're working real hard on that right now to try to get that under control, and especially with the cameras. We have. I think the mayor contributed $20,000 in COVID money. I committed $80,000 in COVID money, and from Atlantic all the way over to Halifax, we're providing more cameras and we're going to improve the lighting so that we can keep a better eye on what's going on there. I do feel like that once we put that up there, it's not going to immediately get everything under control until everybody realizes that they're being watched. And once they realize that they can't get away with busting somebody in the head and kicking them while they're down in the middle of the street, they'll learn to behave. Control.
It is something that I know that the commissioners and the mayor, you all have been focusing in on that and looking at strategies and ways to combat that. And let's broaden that out a little bit. You are the commissioner for Zone 2, but your vote affects the entire city in many areas. So let's look at the core area of the city. And by that core, I mean the Midtown area. What are you seeing that can be done to kind of improve the heartbeat of our city?
Well, we're going to have to, at some point, take some drastic measures as far as the flooding over there. I mean, we don't have to have a hurricane. We just happen to have tropical storm, or sometimes even just a summertime thunderstorm will flood that area, and we've got to deal with that. And we've got to help to either move into a place that's up, or help them, has the elevation not to flood, or to stop the flooding where they're living now. And it's going to be a difficult task, but that's been flooding over there since the beginning of time. And we just keep pushing it down the road and putting it off. And I think we're getting closer to doing some things now as far as, improving the quality of life there, because they deserve to have an excellent quality of life and not be in waist-deep water every time we have a storm.
Yeah, and the Army Corps of Engineers, I believe, are going to be doing a study for that area, and I'm really excited about that because I think it's going to bring some much-needed relief to the people who are living in that area.
Right. My opinion is where it's flooding the most, we need to help those people move out, purchase their properties if they own their property. If they're renting, we need to relocate them, and maybe just turn that area into a huge retention pond if necessary, because it's unacceptable for people to have to worry about that every summer.
Yeah. Well, we live here in the world's most famous beach. That's the moniker that will never go away, no matter how many times they try to change it and come up with a new tagline. That one is the one that sticks. And that means, Mr. Strickland, that we are an event city. We kind of, we go from one event to the next. What are your thoughts on the challenges that are associated with the events we have every year?
Well, I have several thoughts on that, some popular, some not. We are an event city. We need to learn how to manage, and by that I mean to be able to get every dollar we can out of the attendees that come here, but also keep the quality of life that our residents deserve, without a lot of noise, without a lot of hoopla, and without the violence and stuff. And I think that the older biker crowd like me are dying out, or riding three wheels like me, So, it's going to be a challenge. And if we don't manage it properly in the transition to the sport bike crowd, we may lose that. And a lot of folks don't realize how much money that brings in for restaurants, hotels, and other forms of entertainment we have here.
Absolutely. And I'm always amazed by how well our police and fire departments, during those times when we swell to become one of the largest cities in the state during Bike Week and the Daytona 500, the police and the fire department, I mean, they really step up, given the enormous crowds that we draw. Give me your thoughts on how well they work.
They do a great job. Fire department does a great job. The police department does a really great job, because for the last few years they have been undermanned, if you will. They didn't have enough people. We're still down. I think 15 or 20 officers, but we've hired some new officers lately, and I think the latest class is about to graduate and be able to move out into the field, and that'll be very helpful for us. But we've got to have a way to maintain the quality of life for our current residents. That's first priority. And then we should be able to learn to manage those things.
Now, you've been sitting on the city commission for a little bit now. What are you seeing, Commissioner Strickland, as some of the strengths that the city commission really has right now?
I think we all have our residents as first priority.
Mm-hmm.
We all don't always agree with what's before us, but I think we all, in our opinions in the different zones, tend to stand by our residents and represent our residents' best wishes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and to help them to maintain the quality of life that they deserve here.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's so true. And it is important for the commissioners to recognize that, as I said earlier, although you're the commissioner for this zone, the responsibility you have covers the entire city.
Absolutely.
And that makes a big difference. So what are the challenges, if you had a crystal ball and you could look into the future, what are some of the things that you see in the future that are going to challenge our city?
Quality of life is the main thing.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, we emphasize that we're with development, that we need to be ready for those people that are coming here.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with that to a point. What I most agree with is the fact that we need to take better care of the residents that are already here.
Mm.
We need to be sure that the residents that are already here have everything they need. Their quality of life is maintained, and even, you know, made better, because we shouldn't forget about our residents. I know part of my zone over on the west side of the Halifax is the fact that that zone, it doesn't have a lot of parks in Zone 2, doesn't have a lot of things going on, but they're getting some streets paved over there. And I've worked on some things of trying to get their rubbish and trash picked up and stuff along the streets, because I felt like when I was campaigning, those people were forgotten and had been forgotten. And I've worked as hard as I can to try to upgrade their quality of life and make sure they get the same service as the rest of the city.
Now, since you've been elected as a commissioner, that obviously has kind of probably upset the balance of life for you a little bit. So how has your life kind of changed since you've been elected to this position?
Well, you know, I was very active before I was elected. Now I have to be very careful what I say, when I say it, and who I say it to, because I could get sued, get the city sued. And I do my best to not publicly speak about how I feel about certain things before it ever comes before us, because then they can come back and that's something I wasn't used to. You know, I was used to standing up there and saying whatever was on my mind or posting what was on my mind.
Right.
I can't do that now.
Yeah, it does change your life a little bit.
Quite a bit. Everybody's watching.
Oh yes. As a commissioner, as you say, every word is parsed and dissected, and everybody has an opinion. There's been recently, over the last couple of years, actually, a lot of discussion about the East ISB corridor, which comes down into your zone, that ISB stretch. What are your thoughts as we're looking to kind of improve that whole section of our city?
Well, you know, Zone 2 is going to come down to the north side of East ISB beginning September 1st. So I'm going to try to be more involved with what's going on the east end of ISB there between, you know, Nova Road and the beach. However, you know, we need to be careful about what we do there, and careful with giving out too many incentives without any restrictions on it. We got to be able to monitor the people that we give incentives to along there. I'm for upgrading that along there. It needs to be, it's the gateway to our city. It should be beautiful. You shouldn't drive over there and go, wow, that was here for 15, 20 years ago, and it looks worse now than ever, you know. And so, you know, we got to be careful what we do there. We got to be very specific with what we do, and make sure that the city as a whole have neighborhood meetings and stuff and make sure that our residents are happy with the plans. There's not a whole lot we can do about what FDOT does, but what we do as a city, we need to make sure everybody's involved. Everybody had a chance to say what they're looking for, what they want, what they don't want. And, you know, I don't consider myself a leader. I consider myself an elected official elected representative of the people, and I voted for some things already that I didn't agree with. And I'll continue to do that if that's what the majority of the residents I represent would like for me to do.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Strickland, for being on Meet Your Commissioner today. Is there anything that I left out that you want to say to your constituents, because they're going to be watching this program?
Come check out Collins Park. It's one of the nicest small parks in our city. It's right here on the river. It's behind the fire station on Halifax. Come over, check it out. It's shady. Got a little dog park over there and new playground equipment for your kids. So bring the kids and the small dogs over and have a nice time.
I'm your host, the Reverend Dr. L. Ronald Durham. I do want to thank you for watching this edition of Daytona Beach Television. My guest today has been Zone 2 Commissioner, Mr. Ken Strickland. We'll see you next time. Keep tuning in.
This is my very first Mayor's Fitness Challenge.
My second time in participating in the Mayor's Challenge. This is my 5th year that I've been participating in the Mayor's Challenge.
The Mayor's Fitness Challenge 2026.
She's incorporated themes every week.
I have been enjoying so much all of the different activities that we've done. I've enjoyed all the themes. I've had so much fun.
All of the classes have been sensational. They keep getting better and better.
And I just finished the yoga session, which for seniors, it's a little more challenging, but it really feels good to stretch out muscles that haven't stretched out in a long time.
See something on Facebook or my emails, I check with my teammate. I'm like, are we signing up? Are we registering? Yes, I enjoy it.
A lot of people save up for years to retire, and then they have not kept their health, and they cannot enjoy their retirement because of poor health.
But this year I had another opportunity to participate, and I said, you know what, try it. Went home, and it was the first time in 2 years I had absolutely no hip pain.
Finding this Mayor's Challenge has been another blessing for me. So I can enjoy being in Florida and retirement because I'll have a strong, healthy body.
Super cheap. Can't believe how cheap it is. I wish this lasted all year long. I would totally do it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Henry.
I urge all of you out there to come join us.
This has been a phenomenal experience for me.